because I was shooting with the camera on 70-300, and it'll get you out there another 100. Plus, it's a lighter lens. Oh. And weight of the lens matters a lot.
But I don't know. Because the skid pad, I want to say the skid pad for Shenandoah is like way over there.
When we took the class, we took a right at 5.
And the transmission can only take about 300 foot-pounds of torque. Now it's got more like 370 foot-pounds of torque. And about 300.
You know, if you get more than that much away from your mouth, you lose 50% of volume.
Hubs and everything, and it's just like, why is the engine dying? Like I didn't do anything to this. Oil. Yeah, like I didn't touch anything that should have anything.
We may have time for a couple of races. One. I said it's only 11 o'clock with 2 10-minute sessions. And the races are only 15, right? Are they 15 laps? Are they laps or minutes?
I don't know.
Hey, we don't get any food there. We go from 4 till midnight.
Really?
You can go buy food, but like, you know.
Want more than that in that car with just how small and light it is. That'd become a death trap if I started throwing 300 plus into it. Yeah. Nah, that.
positive protege.
Could be.
I like the.
You see him.
Happened to the 96, but I wound up in a 98 eventually, and that one I was driving way too fast on some back roads and forgot a turn existed, and left the asphalt, I'd managed to get it down into the 70s range.
checkered flag.
We're having a pretty.
Three clear and white.
That's stupid.
Yes, it
That
is.
is extremely stupid. Because
I would love to have the pop-ups on that thing.
Route 72, same car. 127? 127 is out there. He may be racing in same car, right?
I get, yeah.
You told me 127. Hello, sir.
how you guys doing? Pretty happy?
What's that?
She doesn't have a schedule. She should know because she's the one's got to tell us what to do.
Oh, I didn't hear anything. They just said something after that?
Yeah.
it's a straight stretch. You can kind of see them coming from a distance.
Yeah. You do have with
All right, guys.
Okay. 1 minute. Yeah, so I think he's only going to be with us with groups 1 through 3 if he's racing in both.
He said usually group 1 does their race before lunch. Sometimes they'll throw bracket if bracket's early enough. We'll throw them in before lunch too, and then all.
No, it's not probably the cafeteria, but the concession or whatever it's called.
Shea
Picture-
Summit. Yeah.
It's shows a big.
This is qualifying. He wants a clear track.
good afternoon, everybody, and welcome, or good late morning, everybody, and welcome to Summit Point Raceway. It is the July MARRS presented by Belmont Classic Cars with our special guests, the Northeast Division Road Racing Championship, as well as the United States Touring Car Championship, all brought to you with the help of Courage Motorsports this weekend here. I'm Greg Ginsburg, along with Brian Donati, Spencer Gaynor over our shoulders here, pushing all the buttons, giving us all the best views. And Brian, good late morning to you.
I was going to say, when you said good afternoon, it's like depending on which side of the pond you're on. It could be late afternoon, mid-afternoon, but it could be late morning here as we're...
World traveler Brian Donati, everybody.
Right.
Still trying to get rid of that jet lag from your trip across the pond.
Yeah.
All right, so first of all, I want to apologize, everybody. Had, what commonly happens at racetracks, some stuff. And getting a little bit later start with our first race of the day than we had planned for. Brian, let's do this. Let's quickly take a look at that schedule so we can let everybody know what is coming up here this morning. Today is sprint race day, 15 laps for each of our 8 race groups. That includes our 7 Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series groups, as well as the Sprint Bracket Road Racing Series. We're going to run 2 races before lunch.
Yep.
And then we'll come back and, originally lunch was going to start at about noon. We know that's going to start a little bit later now. But then we'll come back and we'll have our remaining 6 races. Let's do this, Brian, now that we've got that underway. For those of you that are joining us here for the very first time and maybe have not been to Summit Point Raceway, let's take a look at this beautiful 10-turn 2-mile racetrack built into the land, came online replacing Marlboro Speedway back in 1969. It's been changed a little bit since then with the what's known as the Carousel Turn 6 being added in the early 70s. As a matter of fact, Brian, when you look at our map, you can actually still see that little straightaway from Turn 5 that cuts across to Turn 7. And, we've seen some provisional track records.
Well, I was going to say, there are still some drivers that don't realize when you make the left of 5, you have to keep going there. It's not just a straight turn all the way to get into 7, right?
Exactly.
We see that, and again, there are some, as you said, some track records that may have been set that really may not have been set.
Exactly, but as you look there, that bottom half of the track, we call it the talent section, very challenging, coming off of the fastest corner on the course, Turn 4, the chute on that map into the slowest corner, and it's a portion of the track where you need to be able to build speed in order to get to that long straightaway up at the top of the course there, Brian. But always, 1, a very challenging course, B, a course where racers who have been here for the very first time talk about the great flow.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I was just going to mention that real quick because I know our cars are getting ready to roll out here for our first race group. There is a lot of flow, and especially you talked about the chute. That is kind of the fastest turn we have, if you want to even consider that a turn, down into that hard left-hander into Turn 5. A lot of throttle modulation that happens here coming out of Turn 5 through 6 and Turn 7. That is technically where you need to be on the throttle the entire time. That's going to set you up all the way down through with a little bit of braking going down into Turn 10 and then all the way down the front straight down into Turn 1. That's where your next hardest braking is. You've got to keep doing that.
All right, so here we go, Brian, as we've got our pace car lined up, ready to go for this very first race of the day. Let's run down the starting order here, starting on pole today with a qualifying time of 1 minute 20.694. We saw him just a week ago at the New Jersey Majors, the Jersey Devil Majors at New Jersey Motorsports Park. It's Mac Harrison out of Washington, D.C. Starting on the outside of the front row, rookie this year, and he's been very strong here at Summit Point, Brian. From Langhorne, Pennsylvania, in the Willing and Able Racing Machine, it's Liam Kerper. The Surf Shop, Stephen Shue, coming off what might be considered a bit of a disappointing outing at the New Jersey Majors last week. Out of Gibson Island, Maryland, driving the number 81 machine. He'll start 3rd at Stephen Shue. Matt Polk, driving the MSI DFAT Services machine also out of Gibson Island, Maryland, will start 4th. Then we got David Lanning out of Richmond, Virginia. He'll start 5th today. With another surf shop machine, it's Mike Kosuth out of Westchester, Pennsylvania. He starts 6th. Starting on the inside of row number 4 in another surf shop machine from Columbia, Maryland, we got Kevin Silbert with the Cornerstone Financial Advisors machine of Michael Lamena starting in 8th. Kyle Hurlitsky out of Coon Valley, Wisconsin will start 9th today. He's in the number 52 machine with the surf shops. David Skinner out of Washington, D.C., starting 11th. Then in his very first Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series event, Brian, Owen Kreminga out of Millersville, Maryland, driving the same green number 31 machine that his father, Bruce, has been driving for so long. And Owen's still trying to find his way around Summit Point. We'll see how well he does here this weekend. On his rookie outing, he starts 12th. Then we've got the Sterling Acceptance Corporation Spec Racer Ford, the number 33 machine of Dave Trossel. He starts lucky 13th. And then rounding out the field today from Green Pond, New Jersey. Most ponds I know in New Jersey are green, Brian.
We ran through a few last week, by the way.
That's right, and they've got three-eyed fish.
Yeah.
We've got Mike Anderson in the number 9 machine. He starts 14th, and I'm going to have everybody from New Jersey coming after me with that comment.
Well, you just ask them what exit are they on. That's usually
exactly
what exit. Which exit are you talking about? You know, you talk about Liam Kerper, again, Liam, still getting his bearings on the season, right? First season out in this. He struggled as well last weekend on the Thunderbolt circuit up there. I do know that he's been working with, Morgan Burkhart this week, completely going through the setup of that car. So, again, it's going to be something new for Liam here this weekend. And it looked like he's going to miss the Mid-Ohio race to go up to Thompson so that he can run for the qualifiers to qualify for the runoffs. Yeah, it's going to be a good, good shout out there to get him to run there. I think that's going to be good with some good competition that he's going to end up facing at Road America again this year. But again, another young driver coming up through through the system here, leading the points right now in this,
and
with
with a substantial margin over Stephen Shu right now, about 700 points to the good over the rest of the Spec Racer Ford field. So we'll see. You do get, I believe, on the MARRS season, I believe you get 2 drops in the championship. So that will be a good opportunity for him, and again, to get that car qualified now that they've done some work on setup, and hopefully it'll be he's already fast. Hopefully it'll be faster.
Right. And another driver not here this week that usually is at the top of his game every single time. That's Sam Schechter, right? Sam Schechter not here. Mac Harrison's not really going to sure who to run with, right?
What's he going to do without his partner in crime there? Yeah.
Who's he going to follow? Who's he going to run with? So, obviously Liam will give him that run,
right.
I think, as well as, several other drivers here who run really well here at Summit Point.
All right, so pace car now on the pit lane, Brian, turning the field over to our pole sitter, as we mentioned, Mac Harrison there, not Sam Schechter. We don't know where Sam is. Here as the starter will look over the field, and there we go. Green flag is in the air, Brian, and we are racing once again here at Summit Point Raceway as Harrison jumps to an early lead, comes right across the front of Stephen Shu in that green and white number 81. Liam Kerper maybe being a little bit more careful here in the damp-ish conditions. We'll talk about that in just a moment here as our racers make it through turn 1 with Stephen Shu sticking to the inside. But good jump right out of the gate for Mac Harrison, Brian, because as they come out of turn 2, start to make their way down to turn 3, he's got about 4 car lengths now on Shu, Kerper, as well as David Lanning in that dark blue number 16 machine, as we got a couple drivers dropping some wheels in the gravel as they head down the hill.
Yeah, I tell you what, Stephen Shu got a good start to this race, Greg. He ended up keeping Liam Kerper on the outside of turn 1 and turn 2, and that actually allowed David Lanning and Matthew Polk to kind of get up there, but then Kerper was able to hold on to that outside and be able to really push through, put him in 3rd spot right now.
All right, so as they make their way through that very difficult section, the carousel turns 6A and 6B. Again, here is Kerper is now both Kerper and as we've got a driver going off.
That's the 52 machine there. That's the
Kyle
other.
Herlitzky out of Coon Valley,
teammate.
Wisconsin. Yeah,
that's the teammate to Liam Kerper in that 51 machine. Again, a little bit further back, able to go off there. Looks like he's going to be able to continue. We'll have to see here.
Well, and it sounds like we've got a local caution over there, so he may not have made it on. Brian, I was going to say here, last night we had a huge storm here at Summit Point Raceway that actually some of the paddock was underwater and had quite a bit of flooding in the paddock. Also some other places around the track on the exit of turn 5 going into the carousel just before our turn 6 camera, as well as over by turn 7 right before the drivers turn in for that corner that we saw Herlitzky go off at. The other thing to note here is even if the track is starting to dry out, as soon as you go off track, matter of fact, you can see the huge pond right in the middle of that area right there. There is still a lot of wet grass and mud all the way around this racetrack.
Yeah, I mean, as you talk about, really came down kind of in buckets for a while. And so what really happened is this morning when these drivers went out for their qualifying session, you could really see, even though it was dry, because the humidity here is so bad right now that it was almost like soup. If you've ever taken soup off of the stove and looked at, and that's what you really got coming up off the ground. So while the track was dry, it was very slick, and these drivers just didn't have the grip they wanted to come through there. So again, some of these drivers getting the thing there. So again, you look at Mac Harrison. He's able to stretch that lead out now, coming out of turn 2, headed up into turn 3 by about 1.3 seconds. So right around, 5 or 6 car lengths now over Liam Kerper. So again, Liam running the fastest lap of the race right now, but still not really able to gain anything.
Yeah, indeed. And so you mentioned, a lot of changes in that number 51 machine, some new setup. He's had Morgan Burkhardt, who, of course, has a number of wins in Spec Racer Ford here at Summit Point under his belt, has been running in Michelin Pilot Challenge, I believe it's called, not Michelin Pilot Cup, coming off a big weekend at Mosport. And actually, interesting to note, although Brian's been working with Liam and trying to get the car a little bit more amenable to his driving style, Morgan's going to be, I believe, here this afternoon, going to be doing a data review with all the Spec Racer Ford drivers to help them all improve their racing.
Yeah, so I'm not working with Liam. Of course, I'm working with Liam to get it off the trailer. Liam has a little bit of a problem to back it off the trailer.
That is a problem,
his father and everybody down there know that Liam can't back it off the trailer. He can run it, but he cannot back it off the trailer. So I'm working with Liam right there to get it off the trailer a little bit more. But I think Morgan is more going to really do not only the data stuff, but really, again, as you said, this is a new setup for Liam right now. So Liam's really just going to come back, give the feedback. They'll look at the data, and they'll look to see where the changes are going to be.
My point is Morgan's actually going to be working with all of the Spec Racers. He's going to be holding a session tonight to do basically geared towards how to interpret the data that your acquisition systems bring in to help all of these racers improve their capabilities here as we watch this battle now a little bit further back from our leaders, and that is, I believe, Matt Polk and David Lanning, the 09 and 16 machine, battling it out for fourth position. Of course, they've got Mike Kosuth in the looks like the yellow number 5, Mike LaMena, in what can only be termed as a multicolored car at this point.
That is kind of the unfortunate incidents from last week. That is kind of looking like the Partridge Family bus.
Yeah, exactly.
Right? Paint scheme and
I think they've got Mike Anderson and Kevin Silbert in there as well in that group.
Really good move by Mike LaMena, just as we talk about him, to come up underneath the 16 there of David Lanning. He's going to start to fall back, Greg, as soon as Mike made that move coming out of turn 10. Everybody else went by him as well, including Mike Anderson and Kevin Silbert. So dropped David Lanning, who was sitting in 5th, right behind Matthew Polk now. He's now going to drop all the way down into 9th place. So a great battle right there, but a really good move coming out of turn 10 by that number 8 machine.
All All right, here. So, yeah, great fight there for fourth and fifth position, of course. And now we see it, Brian, as they came out of turn one, and we know actually one of the more slick areas has been turn one. There was an incident. One of the reasons why we came on a little late this morning down to turn one, that there was a lot of oil put down that has been hopefully mitigated with oil dry or what have you, but that portion of the track still a little bit on the greasy side here, and especially given right now the hot weather that we've got. I'm going to bring up the weather map here. It doesn't look that hot, Brian, but
that 81 is a nice, is a very generous 81, because it is a lot hotter than that.
It feels, and with the rain washing all the rubber off the track, it is a very slick track right now here at Summit Point.
Yep.
All right, real quick, Brian, as we are now about 5 laps into our first race, got about 10 laps remaining. Let me make a call to the grid for our second race group and our final race group before lunch. Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. First call to the grid for race group 2. That's Big Bore. GT1, 2, and 3, GT3U, GTA, and GTX, American Sedan, ITE and ITR, Spec Corvette, SMX, SPO, STU, T1, T2, T3, and our United States Touring Car Championship drivers, please head to the grid. Race group number 2, Big Bore, please head to the grid.
Yeah. As we talked about, that battle a little bit further back, Polk, Kossuth, it's actually Kossuth, LaMena, Anderson. That starts to open up a little bit more. You still got a good battle there going on with David Lanning and Kevin Silbert. But, Greg, I've been looking at our top 2 spots again. Mac Harrison over Liam Kerper. That's now 0.8 of a second coming out of turn 10 down by the start-finish line. Liam Kerper's getting faster and faster every single lap. So whatever it is they've done on that setup, they set it in for that longer run.
And that last time by, Brian, I think he was 0.3 of a second faster than Mac Harrison ahead. So he's making up a lot of ground, making it up fast.
Yeah, definitely making that up, that 0.3. And you can clearly see it on the racetrack as they're going to come out of turn number 2. It's within a car length right now, Greg. Mac Harrison over Liam Kerper.
Yeah, and so Kerper, he was... we'll call him mid-pack last week at the New Jersey Majors. It was his very first time running on the Thunderbolt circuit. Obviously, as we said, he's had some practice here. I mean, he's run, I think, he ran 3 MARRS races here so far this season, and he continues to get faster. So we'll see now as he's right up onto the back of the number 30 machine. Maybe Harrison would run faster if he had Sam Schechter.
I was going to say maybe
to fight against.
He's not used to leading the pack. He's used to battling for the first half of the race, and then usually it's Sam that gets out in front, and then Mac has to chase him back down. So maybe Mac is the rabbit, and Liam is the dog now, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Liam's the dog, going to try to run Mac down. So.
All right. So now with just 8 laps remaining, it is Mac Harrison, your pole sitter, and your leader, Liam Kerper, who started the day on the outside of the front row, running in second. Stephen Shue now running in third. And we mentioned that Shue perhaps didn't have the race that he had hoped for last week at New Jersey Motorsports Park, Brian. It was one of those things where we had a full course caution in the middle of the race, and we've noted with Stephen over the last couple seasons here racing in the MARRS series that a lot of times he doesn't have very strong starts to a race because he just seemingly has trouble getting heat in the rear tires.
Yeah,
and he kind of got caught up with the restart at Thunderbolt when he didn't have heat in the rear tires, and he ended up sliding back a couple positions. But so far, I mean, he's running obviously a very strong third place. There he is coming through 6th, although the rear end of the car, we see the rear end stepping out a little bit on him. They're coming through the carousel.
Yep. A little bit further back, Michael LaMena able to get around Mike Kossuth. That's 5th and 6th. Mike Anderson now has also gotten around Mike Kossuth. So move Mike Anderson in that number 9 machine up into 6th. Move Kossuth back to 7th. David Lanning and Kevin Silbert still battling it out between 8th and 9th. Those drivers have been going back and forth lap over lap again. So, again, as we're getting ready to come up pretty much the halfway mark of this race, Greg, I tell you what, that now it's starting to separate out.
All right, so Brian, we should make note. He started today in 14th position. Mike Anderson driving the number 9 machine. He has now worked his way up into 6th position. So you know what? My horrible math. That means he's made up 14 positions, right? No,
he started 14th,
right?
Right, 6th. That's 8.
8 positions exactly. Well, so Mike was your 1999, your 2001, and your 2003 SCCA Formula Continental National Champion. Also, Mike Donahue Award winner, which is something incredibly
pretty high.
special.
It's pretty high.
Yeah, for outstanding performance, sportsmanship, and competitiveness. And I'm sure he probably received that award. The Road Racing Drivers Club, I think, probably presented that to him, probably at Daytona. That was back in 2003. This is his very first season back racing, Brian, since 2007. So don't ask me to do that math, but that's actually that's now
2007, 25, but 18 years.
18 years, thank you. Yeah, that's, like I said, don't ask me to do that math. I was going to say.
You need to put your shoes back on because I know you took your shoes off to add those up.
Well, I took them off because my toes were wet from putting cameras out in the wet today.
So,
again, somebody's got tons and tons of talent here.
Absolutely.
And we're so happy to have him back racing with us now. He represents the northern New Jersey region, not the D.C. region.
From Green Pond.
Yes.
New Jersey.
Oh, that's right.
So, again,
home of the three-eyed fish.
And he unfortunately received a penalty during qualifying.
Did he?
That's the reason why he started all the way in the back.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
He ended up losing his time. And so, again, I was going to say, because during qualifying, Mike was pretty much up there, right there in the top 3 or 4 cars. Good battle coming out of turn 2, heading up into turn 3 now with Matthew Polk, Michael Lamena, and talking about the 9 of Mike Anderson. Mike Anderson right there as well. He has now gotten around Michael Lamena just north of this shot. Unfortunately, the camera going out there in the chute down there. But, Mike Anderson, he was almost 0.3 of a second faster that lap than Michael Lamena. So move Mike Anderson up right now, currently up into 5th place. He looks like he may be trying to run down in that Matthew Polk. Not going to have a whole lot of time to do it with about 5 laps left to go here with Mac Harrison and Liam Kerper. They're going to start to come up on some lap traffic here momentarily, Greg, as well. So they're going to have to, figure out a way to juncture around that.
Attention in the paddock. Second call to the grid for race group number 2. Big bore American sedan GT cars, touring cars, SPO, SMX, ITE and ITR, Spec Corvette, and United States Touring Car Championship. Please head to the grid. Race group 2 is your second call to the grid.
Tell you what, Greg, now move Mike Kosu back around Mike Lamena. I'm wondering if Mike Lamena's tires are starting to wear out on that SRF, because I tell you what, he's dropped back and now he's about 10 car lengths back from Mike Kosu. He's going to start to fall into the clutches of David Lanning and Kevin Silbert here in that number 16 and 14 car. If he's not careful, he doesn't get that car going again. Again, Michael starting in the 8th position, worked his way all the way up into 5th. Again, now starting to drop back. Again, as I talked about, into the clutches of David Lanning in that number 16 and Kevin Silbert in that 14. There goes Michael there. There is Silbert, and there is David Lanning. And I believe that's the same David Lanning came out of the IT group
that is
last
true.
year, and
Yes.
the last couple of years now has moved over into this Spec Racer 4 Gen 3. So David having a really good year this year. I know he's had some ups and downs here during some of these races, but for right now, doing the really starting to get and understand these cars.
So, Brian, I was trying to find what Mike Anderson was penalized for in qualifying, because it refers to GCR 9.3.5.1, of which I can't find the .1, but 9.3.5 refers to all-wheel drive.
Well, maybe he took when we showed the fly-in, maybe he cut through the course there.
He might have gone all four-wheel driving through the grass in qualifying. I mean, that's what it refers to. I don't know, but Yeah, so we'll try and figure that out.
Figure out what the .1 is.
Yeah, so Willing and Able Racing just put in the chat, Brian, that and this is for Liam Kerper, that apparently they had a bad cam sensor in the car that created some issues for them in New Jersey. That has obviously been resolved now, and so yeah, I'm sure driving a car with a non-optimal engine probably wasn't good. I'm sure it was breaking up on them if they couldn't get the timing right because of the sensor.
It looked good coming off the trailer because I know that Liam didn't pull it off. So I know somebody else pulled it off the trailer. And Mac Harrison, as we were watching here, I was watching out the window here, Greg.
Yeah.
And Spencer, if we can look down here in the chute, you're going to see Mac Harrison. There goes Liam Kerper. Mac Harrison got 2 wheels off there, coming off on the exit of 3. Didn't really help Liam, close the gap there.
Right.
It's still about a car length and a half, and their times have kind of evened out. Matt got a little bit faster there on that last lap. Next time they come by, they'll have 2 to go. But, we'll see whether or not that affects the rest of the lap because that car really got to handling kind of ill as it came over turn 3.
All right, good friend of the show, Jeff Janoska, who I believe is here at the he's here at the track, said that the Anderson car might have been underweight, which seems more in line with what was actually wrong. Not that it was all-wheel driving or four-wheel driving through the course. All right. So here we go, Brian. Next time our leaders come by, Mac Harrison and Liam Kerper, they'll see the 1-to-go board displayed by our starters there. We got we talked about Morgan Burkhardt, his parents, Beth and John, our starters here this weekend, along with Evan Troxel. They're working the starter bridge, and they'll be showing the 1-to-go sign to our drivers next time by.
Tell you what, there's Ron Reese in the 67, the orange car. That was the first car that went down right there through the end. They're going to end up coming on up on Ron Reese. So depending on where they catch him, could determine whether or not Liam's able to close in further. As you can see, coming off the exit of turn 6, right when they get into turn 7, that's where the gap opens up for Mac Harrison. And so that's where that does. But if they end up catching them down into turn number 10, Ron Reese in that 67 machine.
Well, and Brian, they're going to come up on him just at the exit or the entrance to 10. And both Harrison and Kerper go underneath the orange number 67 of Ron Reese. And Reese kind of hung the car out to the outside there to let them get the apex. So they are now locked nose to gearbox, nose to tail as they come down into turn 1. And we have to apologize to you. We've had some issues with our cameras here today. Side pod to side pod going into turn 1, Brian. And Mac Harrison had the inside position as he was defending as they come out from behind the trees, Brian. Who is it in the lead? It is Mac Harrison, still your leader, with Liam Kerper not able to find a way through there. He's got precious few times. Is he going to try to jump to the inside on Harrison as they come down in the 5?
It doesn't look like he's going to be able to do that. It looks like he's going to stay on the nose and tail. Last time by, he got a great run, talking about Liam Kerper in that 51, out of turn number 10. Look for that move to happen again.
All right, so here they go as they come through. Now, of course, they won't have that slower traffic ahead.
Nope.
So it's going to be more of a question of using exit speed and perhaps slingshotting by on the front straight as our leaders now come into turn 8, head up the hill, and a little better run through the carousel, through the bottom half of the course for Mac Harrison as he has half a car length now as they come under that slight break into turn 10. And just that little bit, Brian, it might be enough to hold off Liam Kerper as they come to the line. Mac Harrison moves to the right to try and defend, and as they come across the stripe, it is Mac Harrison taking the win by 0.12 of a second over Liam Kerper. Stephen Shue now coming out of the final corner. He will finish in 3rd. Then Matt Polk just ahead of Mike Anderson as Anderson worked his way all the way up in the 9th position, or probably in the 5th position, Brian, as we've got a driver going wide. Is that the Polk car?
That is the Polk machine.
Yeah, that is the 09 of Polk. He runs off on the final corner, manages, though, to get that car back underway. He actually went through there, I think, side by side with the Rice machine. So Polk will finish 4th. And now, Mike Anderson, who started at the tail end of the field, in that blue and yellow number 9 machine, the doggone racing machine. He will finish in 5th. Mike Kosuth comes across the line in 6th. Mike LaMena worked his way around David Lanning to finish in 7th, with Lanning 8th, Kevin Silbert 9th, and Kyle Herlitzky after that wild ride over at turn 8 early on, Brian. He is going to take the final. He's going to finish 10th today. All right, let's make a final call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock. Attention in the paddock. Final call for race group 2, Big Bore Racers. This is your final call to the grid. Race group 2, Big Bore Racers. Please head to the grid. Your race starting in just a few moments. And with that, we're going to take a quick break. We'll be back here in just a few moments with more racing action from Summit Point Raceway. It is the July MARRS presented by Belmont Classic Cars. Stay with us.
17 Baron AM, bringing you all the classic hits.
Need a ride?
No. Okay. Taking you back to simpler times.
Hey, dog. Belmont Classic Cars, Belmont, Ohio.
Looking to level up your motorsport game? At Courage Motorsport, we've got everything you need, from high-performance parts and racing equipment to expert driving instruction and even our own Courage racing gear. Whether you're a beginner, a pro, or looking to kickstart your motorsport career with training in both the business of racing and securing sponsorships, we've got you covered. Check out our gear, grab a shirt, and represent your passion. Email us at trackready@couragemotorsport.com or visit couragemotorsport.com and get ready to hit the track.
The Spring Hill Suites Winchester is an all-suite property that features spacious suites, an indoor heated pool, complimentary hot buffet-style breakfast, a 24-hour fitness center, and complimentary Wi-Fi. Whether you're traveling in a group or flying solo, you'll find it easy to get comfortable in our spacious suites. We're conveniently located just off of Interstate 81 at exit 317 in a shopping center with many shops and dining options. Discount rooms are available. To book your suite today, call 540-431-3330.
Grand Touring Enterprises is an internationally recognized and awarded full-service classic automotive facility located in Frederick, Maryland. Specializing in classic Italian sports cars from Ferrari, Lamborghini, ISO, and Bizzarini, Grand Touring's extensive experience ranges from pre-war to modern exotics, advising on all aspects of the classic car ownership experience, from service, restoration, and climate-controlled storage to sales and consignment. Grand Touring's focus is not just on preserving the history and prestige of these vehicles, but making sure that the driving experience is equally as spectacular and authentic. For more information, send email to tom@grandtouring.com. Grand Touring, legends in motion.
Although if I really minded the heat, I wouldn't volunteer to stand by a track in July.
The desert was 100.
White smoke?
Couldn't see.
That looked like a blown head gasket.
I couldn't see it.
And it hung in the air.
Yeah.
I never really saw that before. Like, holy mackerel. It looks to spray for mosquitoes.
Yeah.
Years ago, they used to have like a fogger.
Yeah.
And it was pure white.
Control 2 pit out.
Yeah, that was.
Pit out, bye.
Want to go.
Welcome back to Summit Point Raceway. It is the July MARRS presented by Belmont Classic Cars with our special guests, the Northeast Division Road Racing Championship and United States Touring Car Championship. Of course, Brian, you and I would like to thank our great friends with Courage Motorsports providing support, helping you bring this broadcast to you here this weekend. Next up, it's the big ground pounders here at Summit Point, Brian. It is our GT cars, our larger touring cars, the United States Touring Car Championship, as we mentioned, also STU along for the ride. Let's run down the starting order here. Starting on pole today with a qualifying time of 1:18.679 in the Belmont Classic Cars Chevrolet TA2 Camaro. It's Andrew Mistak out of Belmont, Ohio. Starting on the outside of the front row in the ML2 Motorsports DMSR BMW M3 from Alexandria, Virginia. In the ITE machine, it's Marshall Lytle. Racing in GT3U this weekend, Brian, in the Pella Toyota Motorsports TRD Toyota Celica from Midlothian, Virginia, it's Warren Montague. Then we got Caius Musmar. He's going to start fourth today. He's driving the number 71 Reflection Dental Porsche 993 in the GT2 class. Also running in GT2, starting fifth, driving the 00 Porsche GT4 RS Club Sport. Scheduled to start here is Matthew Hagan. Then, starting sixth, driving the number 26 Porsche Cayman. We don't believe this car is going to be making the grid today. It is Scott Kane out of Washington, D.C. He had some challenges in qualifying this morning. Starting seventh today is going to be Anthony Pacelli. He's in the Anthony Pacelli Racing Subaru Impreza WRX out of Mowertown, Virginia. He's racing in USTCC today. Chip Herr. We saw him last week in New Jersey driving both in STU and in Touring 4. This weekend he's in a different STU car, Brian. Yeah. Not his normal Audi A4 touring car that he's taken 2 national championships in. He is in a Mini Cooper, and he hails from Lititz, Pennsylvania. Then we got Mike Herbert starting 9th. He is in the number 6 Touring 2 BMW M240i. He's from Chambersburg, Pennsylvania. Then we got Jim Benson. Jim scheduled to start 10th in the number 43 DCM Architecture and Engineering Chevy Camaro with United States Touring Car Championship driver Roger Maeda driving the Studio VRM Honda Prelude starting in 11th. Starting 12th today is Melvin Miller. Melvin is in the Nowhere Racing Ford Mustang. He's representing the Washington, D.C. region. He starts 12th, starting 13th today. Scheduled to start 13th. We also don't think this car is making the grid in the Team 46 SCP Corvette out of Pittsburgh, North Carolina, David Smith. Then we got in the USTCC, Andrew Connor driving the number 66 On Q Racing BMW 325, starting 14th. Starting 15th in the number 98 GT3 Empire Nissan of Hillside Nissan 240SX Tim Proctor. And then starting 16th, driving the number 8 SPO Ford Falcon, representing V8 Supercars USA. Brian, we'll talk a little bit more about this car as the race goes on. Out of Richmond, Virginia, Justin Shepard. As the pace car is now on the pit lane, Brian, and our first group, as we just found out, having a split start today. Green flag for our first group. That's for our ITE GTU cars. And I think STU as well. Our second field now, pace car on the pit lane and racers coming onto the front straight. And I believe that's actually the U.S. Touring Car Championship, Brian, that has the split start. Those 6 cars now get the green flag, and they are on their way. We'll check back in with them here in just a few moments, as I believe Anthony Pacelli was your pole sitter for USTCC, and they now head down into turn number 1 for the very first time. Actually, no, it wasn't. It was actually Andrew Connor in that red BMW there on the pole as he comes through turn 1 leading the field, Brian.
Yeah, it was actually Pacelli who ended up being on the pole based off of looking at the way they were starting in that car. But he's actually moved ahead of Andrew Connor. But yeah, they were kind of not sure which one was going to go into which lane when they first came out. It does look like Pacelli, because he had actually qualified faster than Andrew Connor. Again, looking at the way they had it on the track. So overall, Andrew Mistak leading over the 71 Case Moosemar, and then you got to throw in Marshall Lytle, Warren Montague a little bit further back in that GT3U machine. Yeah. Looking at him during qualifying this morning, he was the one who really got a great open track. Everybody else was mired in traffic until we had that unfortunate incident towards the middle of the qualifying session.
Yeah, now we also saw, and we do have onboard camera footage from Andrew Mistak. Andrew from Belmont Classic Cars, our sponsor here this weekend. I want to thank him for joining us as he makes it through turn 3. We're going to see just now, I want to see how this TA2 Camaro handles going down through the chute, Brian. This very quick portion of the track as he now has to slam on the brakes and get it down. Eventually, one of these weeks, we're going to actually have his speedometer hooked up so we can see how fast he's going. Still not there yet.
He may not want everybody to know how fast
exactly
he's going,
how
right?
quick he's going.
He's going actually really cool. I mean, really, it's really cool to watch this. Unfortunately, there's nobody in front of him now. So all you see is,
unfortunately for us, not for him.
If you want to, what we talked about at the beginning of this track has some really good flow. Well, there you go. That shows you the different flow that we have on the racetrack.
And if we check back in with him in about 5 laps, we're going to see his hands moving around a lot more.
Yeah, a lot more than that. So.
All right, so here as we now complete lap number 2, and racers head in that first group now heading down into turn number 1. Again, it is Mistak, Caius Musmar out of Springfield, Virginia, and in that beautiful orange BMW, that's sacrilege. Pardon me, Porsche 911. Caius, he's a dentist out of Springfield and one of our HPDE instructors as well. And he gave us a bio. He submitted a bio to us, Brian, the other day, I think on Wednesday or Thursday, and he put a little note in here. It says, other info. To my wife, if you're watching, don't get upset, but I just bought this car.
What a way to announce it, and having you announce it. Right?
Yeah, exactly. Beautiful machine, though, and running it very well.
Greg, one of the things I kind of want to bring up here, and no, not everybody is seeing weird when we do get some of these cameras working, and that is the 2003 Ford Falcon of Justin Shepard out here. That is a true V8 supercars that's out here. That is a right-hand drive car.
Yes.
So if you're here at the racetrack and you've never seen it, there's a couple of them. I think he has one more down there as well. You need to stop by and see this.
Yeah, it's a beautiful car. It is one of the actual 888 Ford Falcons before 888 had moved over to the Holdens a couple years later. Of course, 888 had both some of the absolute best V8 supercar drivers on their teams, Jamie Wincup and Craig Lowndes, and I know the Burkhards down on the starter bridge are a huge Lounsey fan here. But this is a very, very special car. And he has another one here as well, and I think it's one of the super cheap cars that is sitting in the paddock. I mean, unfortunately, we don't have curbing high enough here, Brian, for him to go bounding and putting the car, 3 wheels in the air. I was going to say, if we had Andrew Acolante,
if we had Andrew Acolante here,
we'd
it would
find
get
a way
high up.
to do it.
Yeah.
But really neat to see that car here. He had been here for our last MARRS race, so I think a rather pedestrian BMW. But those V8 supercars are just absolutely amazing the way they're set up. Tube frame cars, not production chassis, and just they are very, very quick, high horsepower cars. Matter of fact, so Brian, the only time that the V8 Supercar Series ran here as by here I mean the United States, as part of their series, they ran in Austin, Texas, as part of a Pirelli World Challenge weekend. I believe it was 2012 or 2013. I was there for that race. They actually installed risers on the curbing at Austin in order to get those cars to fly through the air, as it looks like the car is now coming down the pit lane.
Yeah. Not a good sign here right now as we just talked it up. The other thing I want to look at is the front bumper for Anthony Pacelli has kind of fallen down, and I don't want to, and I don't mean that to be, funny or joking. It has actually fallen. Looks like a bracket. Well, yeah. So it looks like maybe the brackets have fallen, and that bumper is kind of up underneath towards those front wheels. Coming out of turn number 2 now, heading up into turn 3, you can see that it's got a pretty big gap between right there. It's got a pretty big gap between where that bumper should be and where the hood is and where it is. Right. So, keeping an eye on that thing, because that thing comes off, that's going to go right up underneath that car. You can see it right there. It's almost dragging on the ground.
Call him Droopy.
Yeah, call him Droopy. Yeah.
Although those that model year range of those Subaru WRXs, maybe it actually looks a little bit better. That's the year that had the real goofy headlights and stuff. And I know a lot of Subaru owners. It took them a long time to kind of come around on the looks of that car. But
I mean, he's got a 2.7 seconds lead over Patrick Taruk in that number 79 in that other Subaru. In that BRZ, so
yeah, he's flashing the lights at the cars directly ahead of him. But that is definitely an aero issue for him as he's coming up on Mike Herbert in the BMW 240i just ahead, the Touring 2 machine. If we go and we do break down things by class for you here on our ticker, we've got the USTCC cars all listed.
Light blue
in the light blue. And the GT2 cars are all in white, so you can kind of see where they are. And I think Warren Montague, who's in that GT3U machine, is also listed in white. But if we go and break it down right now, we'll start off with GT2. It's Andrew Mistak with Caius Musmar and Matt Hagan in his GT4 RS Club Sport 123 in American Sedan. And Brian, this is actually I want to pop in on this American Sedan fight.
Looks like we
just locked in on part of that fight right there because we had Melvin Miller in the number 60 Mustang with Alex Maisel and Dan Licklider. And Miller and Maisel were in very close proximity. And actually, is that the 30? That's actually not one of our American Sedan cars. I think that was Robert Benson in the 38 Mustang that went around, so not one of our American sedans. And should mention, Brian, that Melvin Miller had a pretty substantial off at New Jersey last week that I think required a trip to the local hospital. So to see him back out here in that number 60 machine, quick recovery.
Yeah.
And definitely good to see is he and Maisel are working. We'll try and pick up that battle here if we can. I'll work with Spencer to get us closer to that fight.
Yeah, that Robert Benson, was definitely the one in that 38 machine that kind of spun around there. So again, the drivers that did not take the green for this, you talked about Scott Kane, David Smith in the 47, Timothy Proctor, who also had challenges earlier this morning during qualifying, and the 7 there of Brandon Lewis.
Right, and Brandon Lewis.
And
Brandon Lewis in a USTCC car, and I think we saw that car in practice yesterday, and it looked a little unhealthy.
Yeah.
Now, is that the same car that Chip Herr was testing out of New Jersey last week?
I don't know. I don't believe so. I don't think so. That was another car.
Okay. All right, so we are now currently working lap number 8. We're just about halfway on this race. And again, this is going to be, Brian, our last race before we take about an hour break for lunch.
Shout out Steve Tumalo, who is in our chat, Greg, and he said, good luck to everyone. I said, why are you not here? And he's like, adulting this week. I'm trying to figure that.
That's what we're doing.
You can adult here at the racetrack just as quickly.
Exactly.
If you've got to do adulting, you can bring them up here and set them here while you're on the racetrack. I'm not sure I understand, right?
Bring a little inflatable kiddie pool or something.
Spencer's really good at adulting. He adults us. So,
that's right. I mean, he watches over us all day, all weekend long. And, of course, want to thank you all for joining us here this weekend. If you like what you see, go ahead and smash that thumbs up button. If you haven't already subscribed to the DC Regions YouTube channel, please do, because we got a lot of racing coming up here this season, Brian. We have a feeling that this August date, we're probably not going to be able to broadcast that and bring that to you. But we got 2 more races this season. We got the big Labor Day Spectacular here at Summit Point Raceway, and then we've got the MARRS finale in October as well. So definitely join us for more racing action here with the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series.
Yeah, and you know, with the heat here, Greg, this is where I've kind of been, as we're doing it, kind of watching, you know, all these times and kind of do it. You can really see where, as Andrew Mistek now goes by the start-finish line. So, you know, 6 laps left to go, going by some of our American sedan models. You know, look, it's going to be where this fuel's starting to burn down. These cars are going to get a little bit crazy here and there. I'm not sure if we have that in-car camera from Andrew Mistek still live and up and running, but while it started to go, you'll be able to see a difference here from when we first showed him to where his hands are, especially when he goes down into turn 5, trying to get past this other Mustang right here, coming down, and you can see the huge glare from the sun that hits on that plexiglass windshield right there going down in here. Let's take a look at his hands right here getting through turn number 5.
He still
looks pretty good right there. There's Anthony Pacelli's bumper, so we found out where the
bumper is over between turns 5 and 6.
Yep. So we found Anthony Pacelli's bumper, so we're going to we may auction that off here. Let's raise some money already for September's Labor Day. So.
All right, and he's coming up on Daniel Swark right now. That's the number 137 Nissan 370Z. I believe this is Daniel's first season racing with us. You saw the rookie stripes on the rear bumper. Again, some apologies about the camera equipment here, and just the heat already doing its job with some of our cameramen. We'll rush out some Gatorade to them during lunch. All right, if we take a look at some of the other classes in USTCC, again, it is Pacelli, your leader. Patrick Tarouge in his Subaru BRZ, currently running second, albeit about a quarter of a minute behind, about 16 seconds back. Andrew Connor in that red number 66 BMW, who I think we just saw come up. There he is, running back in third. And Roger Maeda, who just turned in his fastest personal lap, here in his Honda Prelude, currently running in 4th. One notable here, Brian, is as we were watching Andrew Mistek and Caius Misbar and also Matt Hagan in that GT4RS Club Sport and GT2. We've got another driver, I might as well talk him up, assuming he's here, that we'll probably see a little bit later today, a little bit after lunch, racing in our open wheel and prototype group. And that is... oh my gosh! All of a sudden, my brain
just totally forgot who you were going to talk about.
Totally forgot who I was going to be talking about. It is.
Yep, it's that guy.
Yes,
it's that driver.
And we talked about it earlier. And I'll get it up. Yeah. So forget I just mentioned anything, 'cause I completely forgot who I was talking about.
Well, one of the questions I have, and this is actually for the Benson Racing clan down there. I know they're parked out right behind the tower here, kind of off to our left. Is Robert Benson in that Ford Mustang in that number 38, had that spin not too long ago down there in turn 5.
Right.
Didn't Robert or even James, one of them used to drive the Monza that was built? I think they had a Monza that was either in GT1 or GT2. I'm wondering if that car's still around, or did they just purchase this Ford Mustang?
I wonder. By the way, I was thinking of Gian Bufamonte, who we saw a couple of years ago racing in his own TA2 Chevy Camaro. This is why I brought it up. And one of the youngest drivers ever to race in Trans Am. Started at 15 years old. Saw him with SCCA at the Hoosier Super Tours. He's actually going to be racing a Formula Enterprise 2 machine here this weekend. And yes, Brian, he is here. He actually put the Alliance Autosport machine on the pole. So definitely look forward to that. But that's going to be a great race today, Brian. might as well talk it up. It's going to be our second race after lunch in FE2, Formula Enterprises 2, Gian Bofamonte and Jason Conzo, your front row. Jonathan Weisheit, who has run very well at the runoffs the last couple of years in FE2. We saw him last weekend at actually racing in his Formula V at New Jersey Motorsports Park for the majors. He's going to be back in the FE2 machine as well. He's scheduled to start third.
Yep.
So definitely looking forward to that. As we now have 3 laps remaining when our leaders cross the stripe, it will be 2. We're going to go back on board with our leader. That is Andrew Mistak as he puts another car down, a lap down, pardon me, and I think
that was Daniel Licklider. He just passed, kind of coming through 3, turn 4. So again, Anthony Pacelli's bumper still sitting there in the middle of turn 5. But again, as this race is worn on, and I talked about with these big, larger, heavier cars, these big V8s, and most of these, the tires start to go away when the fuel starts to burn off. The back end really gets slick. I'm not seeing that right now in Andrew's car. No. So Andrew's got that car set up pretty good here for this track. And again, we talked about it earlier on, is that when this track gets super hot and it starts to beat down on this asphalt, it gets pretty slippery. He seems to be in pretty much control now. Again, 2 seconds slower that lap than before, but he was going through some lap traffic during that.
And Brian, I should mention that our Kevin Allen currently holds the track record here at some point in GT2. That track record about 6 seconds faster than what Mistak is running right now. So Mistak there is going into turn 2 in that beautiful Belmont Classic Cars Camaro. I don't want to say he's definitely not taking it easy, but he's definitely preserving the equipment for tomorrow without a doubt.
Yeah. Watching Anthony Pacelli pass Chip Herr in that STU machine coming out of turn 2 and headed up into turn 3. Well, I'm really hoping Anthony Pacelli can make weight because his bumper's sitting down there on the outside of the racetrack. That could be a challenge.
Well, sure. And, we talked about the Anderson Spec Racer Ford earlier that he lost his qualifying times. We thought because he went four-wheeling. Pacelli in the WRX, I mean, there's a better chance of it, He could either be light or he could be four-wheeling, one of the two.
whatever they want to put down in the GTO.
In that all-wheel drive Subaru, exactly.
There you see them now.
Yeah, so... Chip Herr, it was interesting talking to him again, a car new to him, not racing his normal Audi. And he experienced some mechanical issues during testing yesterday. And when I go, so Chip, how'd testing go today? And he says to me, Greg, I got to be a mechanic today. Because apparently he was chasing some of the issues that some other STU
Greg, let me interrupt you. We've got the 71 there. Case Moosemart around. Down at turn 1, you see Pacelli coming now. You see Chip Herr, and there's a driver we haven't talked about pretty much all day long
Marshall
in that
Lytle.
ITE machine. That's Marshall Lytle. Again, I saw Moosemore going around on the entry. Looked like he just got in way too hot.
Yeah, and remember, Brian, he just bought this car.
Yeah.
So,
well, it was only good for 14 laps going down into. So
that's right.
So the car's okay, the driver's
that's
okay.
Right.
He has continued, but he's going to have to buy new tires now because I'm sure there's a flat spot.
Yeah, without a doubt there. We saw that he had a little trouble getting it back in gear. As we go on board now with Andrew Mistak working his final lap here at Summit Point for our 25-minute sprint race, or probably not 25 minutes, 15-lap sprint race as he comes out of the final corner onto the front straight. The checkered flag waiting for him. There it is, waving in the air. Andrew Mistak, your winner in GT2. Of course, Caius Mismar was running second overall. He's going to be dropped back in the overall order, but I think he was able to get that car back underway, Brian, before Matthew Hagan in the GT4S Club Sport. We'll see that in a moment.
Here comes Marshall Lytle here. So right now, Musmar, and here he comes out.
So Lytle will take the win in ITE, finishing second overall. Musmar will come across the line. He'll finish second in GT2 with Warren Montague following behind. And we'll track here some of our other races as they're coming through. We should mention in STU, Chip Herr was our sole racer in STU. Car ran very well for him. I was saying that he was a mechanic yesterday, Brian.
Yeah.
That like Scott Luttrell, who had been running a different STU Mini over the past number of years, Chip had issues with drive belts.
Yep.
And had to get under the hood and get dirty yesterday. Car made it across the line. I believe that Mini that he's running is an old, not I guess IMSA Grand Am. I keep thinking Grand Am and IMSA now, but Grand Am GS car. So he comes across the line. James Benson, our sole racer today in GT1 in his Chevy Camaro. He'll take the win. Of course, as we mentioned, David Smith did not take the green. Warren Montague in that beautiful yellow Toyota Celica tube frame car. He takes the win in GT3U. In American Sedan, Alec Maisel will take the win with a gap of 7 seconds over Melvin Miller, with Daniel Licklider finishing in third. In Touring 2, Mike Herbert, our sole racer, with Scott Kane not able to take the green in his Porsche Cayman. And finally, in not finally, but we'll move through. In United States Touring Car Championship, it's Anthony Pacelli taking the win 22 seconds over Patrick Tarouge, with Andrew Connor finishing in third. And in GT2, it is Andrew Mistek, Caius Musmar, and Matt Hagan, your top three. All right, so next up, we're going to be going to lunch. We'll put the time on the screen and in the chat. We've just got word that race cars will be on track at 1:30 this afternoon. We'll probably be back a couple minutes before that to get things back underway here. But again, racing back underway this afternoon at 1:30 p.m. It's going to be small bore production, along with Touring 4, Super Touring Light as well. So make sure to join us. We'll see you in just a bit. Thanks so much for joining us this morning. It is the July MARRS presented by Belmont Classic Cars with special guest Northeast Division Road Racing Championship and United States Touring Car Championship, all brought to you with help from Courage Motorsports. Stay with us.
17 Baron AEM, bringing you all the classic hits.
Need a ride?
No. Okay. Taking you back to simpler times.
Hey, dog. Belmont Classic Cars, Belmont, Ohio.
Even drive right back here.
Looking to level up your motorsport game? At Courage Motorsport, we've got everything you need, from high-performance parts and racing equipment to expert driving instruction and even our own Courage racing gear. Whether you're a beginner, a pro, or looking to kickstart your motorsport career with training in both the business of racing and securing sponsorships, we've got you covered. Check out our gear, grab a shirt, and represent your passion. Email us at trackready@couragemotorsport.com or visit couragemotorsport.com and get ready to hit the track.
The Spring Hill Suites Winchester is an all-suite property that features spacious suites, an indoor heated pool, complimentary hot buffet-style breakfast, a 24-hour fitness center, and complimentary Wi-Fi. Whether you're traveling in a group or flying solo, you'll find it easy to get comfortable in our spacious suites. We're conveniently located just off of Interstate 81 at exit 317 in a shopping center with many shops and dining options. Discount rooms are available. To book your suite today, call 540-431-3330.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires, expert knowledge, and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications and stock tires from all the top manufacturers for whatever you drive. From performance and race cars to SUVs and trucks to your daily drivers, Radial's mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. To get a competitive quote on your next set of tires, now with free shipping, or to schedule online, visit radialtire.com. belmontotirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
Grand Touring Enterprises is an internationally recognized and awarded full-service classic automotive facility located in Frederick, Maryland. Specializing in classic Italian sports cars from Ferrari, Lamborghini, ISO, and Bizzarini, Grand Touring's extensive experience ranges from pre-war to modern exotics, advising on all aspects of the classic car ownership experience, from service, restoration, and climate-controlled storage to sales and consignment. Grand Touring's focus is not just on preserving the history and prestige of these vehicles, but making sure that the driving experience is equally as spectacular and authentic. For more information, send email to tom@grandtouring.com. Grand Touring, legends in motion.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com.
At OG Racing, when you are shopping on our website, when we say in stock, this is what we mean by in stock. Seats and seat bases, brakes, harnesses and restraints, shoes, suits and steering, helmets, gloves and undergarments, fire suppression, and so much more. Shipping directly to you from our conveniently located Sterling, Virginia warehouse with thousands of in-stock items.
I know. It wasn't too bad when I left. But you go in the air conditioning for a while and then you come out. It's like a blast furnace. I know at some point I'm going to lose this shirt. Your English or Meadow.
That answers that question.
Well, it's not going to come apart if they bolt the facing to it. Okay? Because like you said, with a nut and bolt and a washer, it's not going to pull apart. Okay? That takes more time and more money. But there's also a problem. The and the whole rear deck of the spec was flew over their heads, landed behind them. And Tom Ward was on blue, and he saw it coming. And they got down. I was up in the cub at once. I had a no danger. There's constant danger. Anytime cars are moving. You said that was VIR? That's it. Okay. Well, car came into the flag station. I think, what was that, like 5 years ago? The one went, I think that was it, where the car went behind the station.
It's hooked, but
oh, it also helps if I turn this one on. I didn't know you. I didn't realize.
A guy I knew from Montreal in the back. And then, you know, the driver got killed. The car literally broke in half, the Indy car. And, you know, I don't even want to think what happened to Gary. You know, and we were talking.
Good news is, we're getting more shade.
It's good. Bring in the old chair.
There you go.
You can pull down.
it acts like it's locked out.
Yeah, whenever they hit, he was still pretty shaken up about it. You could tell. And he's like, I'm glad we were down for as long as what we were. I needed to sit down and sort of just collect myself.
Try it again.
Not the tire over into the spectators and the car. At that time, fucking car come right in. I don't know if you know Steve.
And I saw they were even up in 3 at lunch because I parked over by 3. Yeah, and they were up in there monkeying around with the camera that's up there, so they might have.
If you're there, you can tell me if I need it.
Control all stations, 5 minutes, and then get into the
Cans. Yeah, give it a little bit of time. Let's have a break. A little airflow.
Welcome back to Summit Point Raceway, and welcome back from lunch, everybody. It is the July MARRS presented by Belmont Classic Cars here at Summit Point Raceway with our good friends the Northeast Division Road Racing Championship and the United States Touring Car Championship. And, of course, we would like to thank our good friends with Courage Motorsport helping to bring us this coverage here this weekend. Brian, we got another great, now what is turning out to be a beautiful day here at Summit Point for racing. Let's do a quick look here at the weather. Temperatures have gone up just a little bit to 81 degrees, although it feels a lot higher here. I think somewhere along the lines of like 87, 88. It is very humid here at Summit Point. And as we take a look at the temperatures there, let's go in for those folks that didn't join us here at the start of our broadcast this morning. Let's take a quick look at this beautiful Summit Point Raceway course. 10 turns, 2 miles, built into the ground here. Well, most racetracks are built into the ground, but built from the ground. They didn't have to do a ton of excavation here to bring up this course. Came online in 1969 as I guess the replacement for Marlboro Speedway out in Prince George's County, but has long served both club racers and years ago pro racers here in the Washington, D.C. area.
Yeah, this track, we talked about this morning, but this track has a lot of flow, there are some elevation changes here, especially coming down through the chute. You're coming downhill, make that hard left-hander into turn 5 as you get to turn 6, turn 7, and really over there into turn 8 is what we call the carousel here. You'll hear, if you're especially sitting on the outside there at 7 or even on the inside there, you're going to hear a lot of these drivers with a ton of throttle modulation to try to get through. The optimum lap, Greg, is to make sure that you don't have that and that you can get on that floor and just go
feed
from
in
there.
more throttle.
Yep.
Exactly. All right, let's here, Spencer, let's take a look at the schedule, what we have coming up the rest of the day here very quickly. It is heat race day here at Summit Point, and we have 6 more 15-lap sprint races left to go. And, of course, as we mentioned, next up is going to be small bore. Of course, tomorrow in our coverage will be starting at 8:40 a.m. It is feature race day here for the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series with a couple of shorter 10-lap races sprinkled in for the Sprint Bracket Road Racing Series as well. But Brian, as we've got our pace car ready to head onto the track for our pace lap, let's run down the starting order for our next race. Starting on pole today, driving the number 47 STL Mazda Miata from Washington, D.C., turning in a qualifying time of 124.355. It's Ryan Harrison. On the outside of the front row, also an STL, driving the K-Hall/Meathead Racing Mazda Miata from Christiansburg, Virginia. Not driving his brand new Ferrari, apparently, Brian. Just driving his Mazda. It's Ted K-Hall. Chris Childs, the Cat Killer from Angry Sheep Motorsports, also represented by Hoosier Tire, will be starting third today. He's out of Purcellville, Virginia, with Deacon Greenfield in the OG Racing Angry Sheep Motorsports Honda CRX starting on the outside of row number 2. He's out of Bristow. Bowie, Maryland's Mark Lillard driving the number 127 Hoosier Carbotech Angry Sheep Motorsports Mazda Miata will start 5th today, with Mike Kelly making his return in the number 86 H Production Volkswagen Golf. That's the European imports and maintenance machine. He's out of Fayetteville, Pennsylvania. He starts 6th. Starting 7th today, our sole Legends car driver in the Crosby's Crab Company 1934 Ford sedan, it's Robert Connor. Jeremy Butts driving the number 69 T4 C-Vet Windsor Customs Mazda Miata will start 8th, starting 9th today, driving the number 82 K-Hall Racing STL Mazda Miata from Gurnee, Illinois, Bob K-Hall. Then starting 10th today, driving the number 24 Touring for Courage Motorsport Mazda RX-8, it's Alex Cumming. Westminster, Maryland's Kevin Conlon will be starting 11th today. He drives the number 41 STL Rossini Racing Products Windsor Customs machine with Bruce Shelton out of Charlestown, West Virginia. Our sole GTP, probably not our sole GTP driver, but our pole sitter in GTP starting 12th today. He's driving the Wheel Cork Street Tavern machine. Thomas Hunt will start 13th on the field today. He's driving the number 06 STL Group 66 Racing Mazda Miata. Alex McBain drives the universally modified performance Honda Fit. He's out of Ashburn, Virginia. He starts 14th. Chuck Allard is driving the 50-plus cars Porsche 924. That's an H production machine. He'll start 15th. With John Moyer starting 16th. He's in the Dwarf Racing number 113 Mazda Miata. He's out of Birdsboro, Pennsylvania. Starting 17th today, driving the number 08 RP Performance Mazda Miata, it's Miranda Price. Jennifer Romes is out of Fredericksburg, Virginia. She drives the number 186 Scion FRS, and she starts 18th. Starting 19th today, driving the number 90 Blue Crab Racing Volkswagen Rabbit GTI in H production is Carolyn Bayer Broering. Starting 20th is our second GTP driver. That is Drew Erie out of Elliston, Virginia. Ken Van Horn, if we gets that car back out on track, is scheduled to start 21st today in the number 70 H Production Honda CRX SI. And as I look through the field here, don't see him there. We'll keep tracking him, though, see if he makes it out Hudson Williams today driving the number 5 RP Performance Mazda Miata will start 22nd, and then rounding out the field in his brand new to him, number 51, Asbestos Consultants LLC RP Performance Toyota Scion FRS from Pawleys Island, South Carolina, driving in Touring 4 today. It's Dan Freeman.
Greg, we also have a late comer that
Yes,
came
we do.
in. Paul Marcones.
Paul Marcones
is in that 48 Acura, bringing up the rear end of the field, so not going out for qualifying. So it looks like Paul's going to start shotgun on this field. But,
Alrighty.
you know, Greg, one of the things I was listening to as you went through kind of the top 5, top 6, there's a lot of angry sheep.
Yes.
In the top 5 there, that's a lot of angry animals
It's
in that
West
top
Virginia.
5.
There are always angry sheep somewhere around here, Brian. Sheets, goats, you name it. And the fact is that Chris Childs, who owns Angry Sheep Motorsports, is referred to as the cat killer, makes things all that much more confusing for us. So, all right, pace car now bringing the field out of turn 8, up the hill and underneath the bridge as that pace car now heads to the pit lane. There's the Acura of Paul Marcones now, and there you go, pace car now on the pit lane, turning things over to Ryan Harrison and Ted Cahill, starting 1 and 2 in Super Touring Light as they make their way to the starter bridge. Starter looks over the field, and take our word for it, green flag is in the air, and we are back underway. Racing here at Summit Point Raceway as the field starts to make their way down towards turn 1. Apparently our cameramen just haven't come back from lunch yet. And to the inside, that is Ryan Harrison in the light-colored car with Ted Cahill in the blue. And as they go down in the 1, making a big jump, there is Chris Childs in the black number 7 STL machine as he had inside position going to the field. As Alex Cumming in his Touring 4 Mazda has some issues going through the first corners, and looks like he's going to drop all the way to the back of the field.
Well, I tell you what, that STL battle, Greg, that's going to come all the way down, I think, to the end, because Ryan Harrison got a little bit of a start. Chris Childs tried to take it 3 wide, going down into turn 1, wasn't able to make that stick. Then he got kind of held up by Ryan Harrison as Ted Cahill jumped to the early lead here. That enabled Deacon Greenfield to go around Chris Childs going through turn 3. So there you see it. That is Ted Cahill. Ryan Harrison now throw Deacon Greenfield 3rd overall and 3rd in STL. Drop Christopher Childs all the way back into 4th.
All right, and so, you know, Brian, the last couple of times that we've seen Deacon Greenfield, we saw him here for the June MARRS. We saw him just a couple weeks ago at Watkins Glen on the Super. Oh, and there's contact there as Alex Cummings gets into the back of Paul Marcones.
Yeah.
There, right on camera. Marcones goes off. We'll get word whether or not he continues on. But I don't know what
he does continue because he's just now coming out of turn number 2.
There is the yellow Acura.
There.
So Marcones is going to drop a little bit further back through the field now. One of our sole racers in E-Production. But Brian, I was going to say, so we've seen Greenfield. He had mechanical issues with his Honda CRX at Watkins Glen for the Hoosier Super Tour. He had some mechanical issues last weekend at New Jersey Motorsports Park for the majors, and it turns out he had thought for the longest time that it was actually a wiring issue in the car, Brian. Turns out not a wiring issue, but what it actually was the ECU was programmed to shut the systems down if it felt that the oil pressure had dropped too low, and that the threshold for that was actually set too high. And so he still would have good oil pressure, but the ECU was shutting everything down. He had to cycle the car to get back underway. That now has been resolved, so we should see Greenfield here making real good time here in STL.
Well, I tell you what, you were talking about, a little bit of Alex Cumming and then Paul Marcones. Both of them tried to go almost 3 wide last time by when they were coming out of turn 3, and I think it could be that Alex Cumming trying to get away from Paul Marcones as fast as he can. I think that ended up being, Greg, just a product of 2 cars at the same spot trying to hold on in the same area there early on in this race in order to do it. Both drivers able to continue, but again, that's going to have to look at through the eyes of the stewards.
Yeah, we'll let them figure it out.
Yep.
Here, Brian. Also, we had right in the same general proximity Jennifer Romes in her Toyota FRS right there with Paul Marcones and Alex Cumming. Not the blue one here, Jennifer Rome. She's in a white Scion, and I think now right behind. And I know Jennifer is here this weekend getting coached up by Tom O'Gorman, former Pirelli World Challenge TCB champion, many-time SCCA Solo 2 national champion. And he worked with Jennifer at the MARRS Challenge at VIR a couple months ago, and at VIR was able to help Jennifer find, I think, 8 seconds at VIR. We'll see what she can do with what he can do with her here today, and hopefully we'll get Tom up in the booth a little bit later this weekend as well to talk to him.
Yeah, pretty good onboard shot there from Alex Cumming as he's starting to try to get by Dan Freeman in that new to him 51 that used to be owned by Brian Price, ran in the Team Ford. So Dan having a problem with his Miata before, ended up making a transaction, ended up purchasing this car from Brian Price and that Price Motorsports team. But just really trying to feel his way through that car right now. Started a little bit ahead of Alex Cumming, so Dan Freeman trying to make a move in that number 51 machine.
Yeah, indeed. And, of course, we saw that Freeman had to start from the back of the pack today as his car, I believe, was underweight in qualifying and so lost all of his qualifying time. So he's now, as you mentioned, moved around Alex Cumming. He was coming up on the 75 Honda Fit of Alex McBain. That's the white Honda Fit there, and a good move both by Freeman and Alex Cumming to come underneath that H production car.
Yeah.
Speaking of H production, we ought to try and catch up with Mike Kelly, who I believe is right behind. There he is in the silver Volkswagen Golf. Last time we saw Mike out here, Brian, he set the new track record in H production, a record that most people didn't think would be broken in H production. Put that H production car down in the low 126s.
Yeah.
And a great race day for him. Of course, he now is trying to repeat that magic as he's right behind Jeremy Butts' Touring 4 the number 69, the Coca-Cola car, the 69 Mazda Miata.
Yeah, I tell you what, we were watching that shot. I was watching Bob Connor in that Legend car. I don't think Bob's hit an apex yet today in that Legend car. That car is all over the place.
Yeah.
And having experience, when you get in a hot day like today out here in that car, those cars just, they don't want to handle it all. It doesn't matter what you do. It doesn't matter what you put underneath there from the setup. It's just not going to turn. And that becomes very, very difficult through there. As you see Bob Connor just a little bit ahead of that's Robert Cahall a little bit there, and then Jeremy Butts behind, and then you've got the Mike Kelly, as you were talking about, Greg, who's right behind Jeremy Butts. But when you're in a Miata like that and you've got a Legend car in front of you and that car doesn't want to turn and it gets all sideways, it can get a little bit scary in order for that to happen, especially coming up through there just in turn 9 to where that goes through. So again, situation where you've got to be careful in there because, again, the Legend car and the Miata, that's been a battle for years, ongoing all the way back really to 2014 here, kind of when I started coming out here to this racetrack, and it's because the Legend car can get off the corners quicker. They have a little bit more power to weight ratio.
And then they just run out. They run out of top
but
speed.
a Miata can get deeper in, and that becomes a challenge all the way. So
and they're hurt somewhat aerodynamically as well, Brian. They're not exactly the. Not that Miatas are the most aerodynamic vehicles, but those Legends cars, they don't exactly cheat the air. As we see Connor getting out of turn 10, and now he's got one of the machines. Is that?
Got Bob. That's Bob Cahall.
Cahall right alongside.
The battle of the Bobs going down in turn 1. But now you're going to see Jeremy Butts is going to try to get on the inside of Bob Connor there going through. Connor's going to be able to get off the corner a little bit better than Jeremy. As you can see now you've got the battle of Bobs going out of turn 2, coming up into turn number 3 right here. And again, they're going to be side by side. So again, that shows you the power to weight ratio, being able to get off the corner when you get side by side.
And again, on these shorter straightaways, like the short chute between 2 and 3, obviously the Miata not able to make up for that difference and get around the Legends car. Brian, as we're now 5 laps through this 15-lap sprint race, let's make a first call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock. First call to the grid for race group 4, open wheel and prototype racers. Please head to the grid. Race group 4, open wheel and prototypes. This is your first call to the grid.
Yeah, we see our cars now coming down. There's Alex McBain, and we made this comment earlier in the year at VIR. We'll make it again. I know the family down there has a lot of helmets down there, so if Dad doesn't get it done here, then somebody's jumping in.
Well, we've got last year's H Production Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series champion sitting there in the crew. We've got another H Production Honda CRX racers sitting on the crew. All of Alex's sons, as we see Alex now coming up again right on the back of. Let's see, who is that? That's well, it's not Alex Cumming, obviously. That is.
Well, Alex Cumming should be coming up on the.
Yeah, I'm looking to see
which. Not coming back on Chuck Allard. That's one of the Miatas there.
Well, I think, and let's take a look.
Thomas Hunt.
That's right, Thomas Hunt and his Mazda. What I wanted to see, because I think right behind, there we go, getting by. McBain is actually starting to close things down. Here we go on the blue and white Porsche 924 of Chuck Allard for the second lap in a row. He's knocked a couple tenths off of the number 50 machine. So we'll continue to watch that. That is the battle for second in H Production, back behind Mike Kelly's Golf.
Well, I tell you what, Chuck Allard really had some problems and challenges trying to get up to the 06 machine there, as we were just talking about. Thomas Hunt, who was trying to get passed by Alex Cumming in there. When that happened, Chuck Allard had to drop back a little bit, to do it. So that allowed Alex McBain to jump in there and close that gap. So that's definitely going to be a battle for that last podium spot in that expert.
Yeah, and we'll see here, Brian, because as they came into turn 5 and start to make their way through the carousel, the Porsche has actually gotten back up to the back of that Mazda directly ahead, as we'll watch him here coming into turn 8. And he's got a little bit of draft. And I was wondering whether or not Alex McBain would be able to close up enough to also get within that Porsche's draft, and he might be there.
Oh, he's there
at this point. So we'll continue to watch, and I think the Honda definitely has the legs going down the front straight. And again, somewhat helped by aero. The advantage is that Porsche has a much better rear suspension than the Honda does, and obviously has much better weight distribution as well, where Alex has to deal quite a bit, especially for the longer races, maybe not so much today, on basically keeping the front tires underneath that very tall car.
Yeah, no, absolutely. It's going to be a battle really to the end. But again, as you talked about, Chuck getting a little bit more of the aero, coming down the front straightaway than Alex does. But I think Alex gets through the back of the carousel just a little bit better. Thomas Hunt there staying just that far ahead in that STL, in that Mazda Miata, than Chuck Allard. So again, not a real problem. Chuck Allard coming up through there.
As we've got our good friend Sissy Connolly and a bunch of folks there right along trackside watching this race, and I think Sissy.
We're doing a little photography class.
Photography class
right here. There you go.
The cars are there. Shoot them. All right. As we were tracking some of these fights, so Brian, we just saw Deacon Greenfield go down through the chute, and actually Chris Childs managed to get around the Honda CRX and is starting to close things down on Ryan Harrison for second in STL. We'll try and track that battle as they should be coming out of.
Well, they're probably going to be right around turn number 8 right now. They're just going down into turn 4.
Yeah.
So here they come. There's Ryan Harrison. Here comes Chris Childs right there, and then there's Deacon Greenfield.
Right.
So the second car in line is going to be Ryan Harrison in that 47 machine, and then Chris Childs, because Chris always runs with his lights on.
That's right.
So you definitely know where Chris is.
Yeah, and just ahead of Ryan, and about 2 seconds up, is Ted Cahall.
Right.
In that blue number 182 machine. So Cahall with about 12 to 13 car lengths on Harrison, another 12 to 13 car lengths back to Childs, and about 30 car lengths now back to the CRX. That after that great start, appears that Greenfield has started to fall off the pace just a little bit. As we take a look at some of our other classes, we again, continue to see Allard and McBain close things down. McBain just reset his personal best here in this race. In Touring 4, Mark Liller in the Burgundy, as we go on board with another one of our Touring 4 racers, Alex Cumming. Mark Liller with about 9 seconds on Jeremy Butts, then Dan Freeman, then Alex Cumming. And as we watch here, Brian, as they're coming into turn 10, that's the battle for third in Touring 4, as Cumming is starting to close things up a little bit on Freeman. Last time by, they both set personal bests during the race, and Cumming made up about 15 hundredths of a second on the Scion ahead. Again, for Freeman, this is his first weekend in that car, and although if there were two chassis that we see during an SCCA road race weekend, Brian, that were similar as far as handling and performance, it probably would be that Scion,
right,
and a Mazda Miata. Both very well balanced cars. You don't want to throw them around, otherwise they quickly will get out of shape. But still very, very easy to drive in the whole scheme of things, and about the same power as well as what he had in his ITA car. Well, the difference being his ITA car, Brian, his Miata that he'd been running, much better shock package than what is in this, what they have to run in the Touring 4 class.
Right. Well, the big thing, with Alex trying to get back around Dan, because Dan is not really in the points. We're just really running this car for the very first time. It is kind of important for Alex to get in front of Jennifer Romes, because Brian Price is now not in the T4 car. Right? So we're going to remove him basically.
Well, don't remove him, but he's not going to get any more points.
Well, he's not going to get any points. When I say remove him, he's going to fall down. So if Alex can get in front of Dan in this race, because this race does count towards the points, that's more points he's going to gain on Jennifer, but that puts him another spot ahead of Jennifer. So now he would be 2 positions ahead and not just the 1.
Touching in the paddock, second call for Race Group 4, open wheel and prototype racers, please head to the grid. Race Group number 4, open wheel and prototype racers, please head to the grid. And Brian, I wanted to make mention of this because it's sticking out. As Chris Childs now gets around Ryan Harrison and moves up to P2, but I also wanted to make note, because he kind of sticks out on our ticker there on the left-hand side of the screen, because his name or his number is in red, as Paul Marcones, who had that early contact with Alex Cumming, who started at the very rear of this 24-car field, has now worked up to 5th overall. And again, that E-production car, it's got quite a bit more horsepower. It's got more power than most any other car that's out here on track currently. But he's had to work his way through a lot of traffic. But good to see Chris Childs, who, as he came out today, Brian, when I talked to him this morning, said, I've got some new tricks I want to try with the car. And, if things don't go right, the shop is just a few minutes down the road. So better for me to do it here than somewhere else, because he's supporting folks like Deacon and a couple of other folks. And that number 7 car moving quite well.
Yeah, moving quite well. And I tell you what, Greg, it's, you look back over our cameras here.
Where'd the clouds go, Brian?
It's starting to get a little dark, and no, that's not our cameras.
Yeah.
That is how dark it is, starting to get back over that turn 4, turn 5 area, starting to move in this way. So that's going to be something to look at later on. But yeah, you're right. I mean, Chris's shop's not that far away from here, right there off Route 7 in Purcellville. So again, he wants to try some stuff. Now is the time to do it, right? Do it right here. That way, if something does happen, it's a quick 5-minute jaunt over to the shop, get it fixed, and get back here. As we do. I tell you what, our legend car is still in that hefty battle with Jeremy Butts and with Bob K. Hall. That's Bob Connor. Those 3 have been nose to tail, side to side, front to back, whichever way you want to call it, this entire race in there. So again, 3 evenly matched kind of cars right now today on the racetrack. But I tell you what, neither one of them is going to give an inch. They're both going to run it down, even though it's not for a battling class. One's an STL, one's a T4, and one's a legend car.
And I just noticed, and of course, she's she would know. Taylor Hyatt was correcting me on the, and actually, I guess, giving a more exact answer for the track record that Mike Kelly reset at the April, the U.S. Majors Tour stop here at 7 Point Raceway back in mid-April, 125.591 in that Volkswagen Golf. Now, I know Mike had Taylor's Volkswagen Golf Big Bird out here during testing on Friday to give it a whirl, as it had a brand new engine in it, but Mike going with Old Comfortable here in the Silver Machine. As we now have about a lap and a half remaining, Brian, next time our leader, and that is, well, from the drop of the green flag, Ted Cahall in the number 182 STL Mazda Miata. Next time he or, well, maybe somebody else like Chris Childs crosses the start-finish line, they'll get the one-to-go board and information from our starter stand.
Yep, he'll be getting that last one to go here, and then everybody else behind there. So he's lapped quite a bit of people all the way up, really, to, I believe, probably Alex McBain and all that group here. He's gotten through there. Now here comes Carolyn Bayer Brewing into the pits, so she is not going to be able to make the finish of this race here.
In her H production Volkswagen Rabbit, she had been running a pretty distant fourth, and she'll retire the car early. As coming across the line, we see that fight in Touring 4, the battle for third in Touring 4 between Dan Freeman and Alex Cumming, as we had our leader Ted Cahall come across the line right in that group as well. So Cahall now lapping up to I think 13th position. As we watch that battle for third in Touring 4. Alex Cumming now has Kevin Conlon's STL machine sitting right in between he and the Scion. And actually now Cumming has gotten around that Mazda, so he's back in the hunt, but only about 3/4 of a lap to go for him.
Tell you what, Greg, great battle here in H production between Chuck Allard and Alex McBain. We talked about it earlier on as Deacon Greenfield was kind of lapping them. Thomas Hunt kind of got out of the way in that 06. That allowed Alex McBain to get right up to the side, going down into turn 1 of Chuck Allard. Chuck just a little bit ahead of him now, about half a car length. Alex trying to sit there and hold that coming down in there. So we'll see whether or not he's going to be able to move up one of those positions on that podium spot.
And we saw at the last MARRS race in June, we saw Alex McBain twice make a move to the inside of another car going into turn 5. He was not in a position to do that here today. As our leader, now Ted Cahall, comes out of the final corner and onto the front straight in that blue number 182 Mazda Miata, your STL winner. There he is to the inside, and he takes the checkered flag, I think, just ahead of Alex Cumming. So Alex Cumming not going to have another lap.
No, he is going to have another lap. So he's going to have another lap. It's the 41 of Kevin Conlon that's not going to have that lap. It does look like that Dan Freeman and Alex Cumming, that battle's going to come all the way down to the end, and they're about half a car length apart.
All right, so as Ted Cahall crossed the line, Chris Childs finishes in second position, about 2.5 seconds back from there. Ryan Harrison will finish third. Deacon Greenfield fourth, all in STL. Paul Marcones in his Acura Integra will finish fifth overall, our sole E-production racer.
Oh, and we don't have Alex McBain coming through turn 10, Greg.
That's right.
Chuck Allard is going to sit there. It looks like here comes Mark Liller, so I am not sure what happened on the cameras down there. We'll have to try to see where he is, but Alex McBain in that 75 machine not coming by the start-finish line.
All right, so there we go as we continue to run things down. Taking the win in Touring 4 is going to be Mark Liller, with Jeremy Butts finishing second. Dan Freeman will finish third. Alex Cumming just off the podium in fourth. Jennifer Romes will finish in fifth position. And so in GTP, Bruce Shelton will take the win over Drew Erie. Bob Connor, of course, our sole Legends car racer, he's going to finish eighth overall. And then Mike Kelly Did McBain come across the line before
Chuck
Allard?
I am getting word that he did cross the line. I did not see him, and so he went through. So there must have been something that happened in the back.
That
with
Allard was the
group.
one who had fallen back.
Yeah, Allard is the one who fell way back because he was 37 seconds back of McBain. That's why I missed him when he went by because I was expecting because here he comes now on pit road. So that was a pretty big gap between that group.
All right, so we'll say then in H production, Mike Kelly taking the win, Alex McBain finishing second, Chuck Allard will finish third, and Carolyn Bear Broering, who retired 4 laps early, will finish in fourth. All right, that's going to wrap things up for our small bore production group. Let's make a final call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock. Final call for race group 4. Open wheel and prototype racers, please head to the grid. Race group number 4. This is your final call to the grid. So we're going to take a quick break. Thanks to our partners and sponsors. And when we come back, more racing action here from Summit Point Raceway. It's the July MARRS presented by Belmont Classic Cars with our great guests, Northeast Division Road Racing Championship and United States Touring Car Championship. Stay with us.
At OG Racing, when you are shopping on our website, when we say in stock, this is what we mean by in stock. Seats and seat bases, brakes, harnesses and restraints, shoes, suits and steering, helmets, gloves and undergarments, fire suppression, and so much more. Shipping directly to you from our conveniently located Sterling, Virginia warehouse with thousands of in-stock items.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com.
Looking to level up your motorsport game? At Courage Motorsport, we've got everything you need, from high-performance parts and racing equipment to expert driving instruction and even our own Courage racing gear. Whether you're a beginner, a pro, or looking to kickstart your motorsport career with training in both the business of racing and securing sponsorships, we've got you covered. Check out our gear, grab a shirt, and represent your passion. Email us at trackready@couragemotorsport.com or visit couragemotorsport.com and get ready to hit the track.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires, expert knowledge, and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications and stock tires from all the top manufacturers for whatever you drive. From performance and race cars to SUVs and trucks to your daily drivers, Radial's mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. To get a competitive quote on your next set of tires, now with free shipping, or to schedule online, visit radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
Attention in the paddock with the owner of a black Porsche Spyder, Maryland license plates 4E, V as in victory, 2071. Please return to your car and please move it. It is blocking our tech area. Again, owner of a black Porsche Spyder, Maryland license plates 4EV 2071. Please move your car, or, well, as they say,
they will move it for you.
It will be moved for you. All right, next up here at Summit Point Raceway, it is our open wheel and prototype racers. Brian, 13 racers deep put in qualifying times this morning. I kind of teased this one a little bit because I'm expecting a pretty cool race today from some of our racers in FE2. Let's run down the starting order here, and then we'll talk a little bit more about it. Starting on pole today with a qualifying time of 1:11.073, driving the number 17 Alliance Autosport FE2 Formula Enterprise 2 machine from Napier, Illinois, it's Gian Buffamante. Starting on the outside of the front row from Grand River, New York, in the Motion Dynamics FE2, it's Jason Conzo with Jonathan Weisheit out of Baltimore, Maryland, in his JK Technologies number 67 FE2 starting third. Jason Fraley is our prototype 2 pole sitter. He's out of the Susquehanna region driving the Pyrotech West Race Cars WR1000. He starts fourth. Paul Macarucha will start fifth today. He's in the number 26 Radical SR3. That is also a prototype 2 machine. When it rains, it pours. And starting sixth today, outside of row number 3, also racing in prototype 2 in a Store 04D, representing the New England region of the SCCA from Burlington, Connecticut, it's Paul Omachinsky. Starting seventh today, your pole sitter in Club 4, driving the number 2 Rack Engines Exhibits.net 1973 Lola T340 from Cockeysville, Maryland. Wayne Nicolette with Jake King starting today, driving his, well, what is a Club Ford machine, but racing it in Formula Ford this weekend. The Ray Motorsports chassis, that is out of Franklinville, New Jersey, starting in 8th. Starting 9th today, in the number 22 Rack Engines Crossley 35F, racing in Club Ford, it's Mark Waltho. He's out of Henrico, California. Henrico, Virginia, that's what I meant to say. Henrico, thank you. I won't say that again. Coming down from, I think, the home of East Coast Formula V racing, Horseheads, New York, driving a Mysterian M2. We've got Ray Carmody starting in 10th position with John Vidovich in his number 28 Reardon Solutions Formula F Reardon RF82 starting 11th. Starting 12th today, racing in the FVR class, that's the Formula V regional class, in the To That Autosport Calabogie Womer EV3 from Londonderry, New Hampshire, John Ferreira. And then starting 13th today, our sole Formula 6 driver, it's Harrison Southworth driving the number 73 QRE Invader. As our field now comes underneath the bridge, pace car is on the pit lane, turning the field over to Gian Buffamante with Jason Conzo right alongside in their Formula Enterprise 2 machines. And then again, a racer with a lot of experience here in that black and orange FE2 machine. It's Jonathan Weisheit as the green flag is in the air, and we are underway here at Summit Point Raceway.
Tell you what, they're going to go side by side down into turn 1, Greg. One of the things I'm looking at is whether or not Gian if he can set a track record here in Formula and FE2, because he's only right now 0.3 of a second. The clouds have rolled in. It is dropping a little bit. It has gotten a little cooler. I know the people outside say, oh, that's not true. It has gotten cooler a little bit with the clouds coming over because of the potential rain. We'll see whether or not a track record could be reset here today.
All right, so as the field now making their way through turn 3 and heading down towards turn 5, Brian, I told you I'd talk a little bit more about this Formula Enterprise 2 race. Big break lockup there from Jason Conzo in the number 4 machine. So Conzo there racing with Gian Buffamante. Buffamante, this is the first time we've seen him at Summit Point, I think, in totality. But the last couple of years, Brian, he's been spending a lot of his time racing in a TA2 Chevy, actually I believe it was a Ford Mustang. Of course, his father, Tony Buffamante, multi-time Trans Am TA2 champion. And Gian came out at the ripe old age of 15 and was running this TA2 car both in the Pro Series, also in GT2. Now, I've noticed that he was at the Mid-Ohio Super Tour and a couple of other events in this FE2 machine. And he's here with us this weekend. And I think probably both he and Conzo doing a little bit of a tune-up. Formula Race Promotions, basically the Pro Formula Ford and also Formula Atlantic Series. They're going to be back here at Summit Point in mid-August, and probably getting a little bit of test and tune here this weekend. Or both Conzo and Buffamante, as Conzo has gotten around Buffamante to take the lead early on.
Yeah, it's going to be a pretty good battle. I tell you, again, as these guys, like you just said, probably looking to get some testing time coming back here. Kind of in a couple, I'd say about a month time frame here to kind of run this track. So we'll see what they do. So we'll keep an eye as we got one call coming in right now for turn 5. So it looks like we're getting a call that maybe Jake King in that 122, one of that engine cover may be coming off. Could be just a Zeus fastener, not all the way down, or came up a little bit. So,
well, and of course, Jake was our 1923.
Wow.
Well, he normally drives a Club Ford. It's an old chassis. 2023 and 2024 Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series Club Ford champion, and this weekend racing the same Ray chassis that he raced at the majors last weekend at New Jersey Motorsports Park. He also had the car here for the Summit Point stop on the U.S. Majors Tour. And we talk about Jake being the young one in the family. Of course, his older brother Max races, or his I guess Jake now refers to him, like everybody else after last week, as Max Fireball.
we kind of let that slip out.
Yeah, exactly. But Jake has had a lot of help over the years on the Formula F side from Joe Marcinski, and of course his father raced in Formula Ford, and it's something his entire family has been, as long as Jake's been alive, seemingly his entire family's been racing.
Yeah. Yeah. So we'll keep an eye on that. We'll see whether or not that should be able to hold on pretty much the entire race, but we'll take a look at that as our FE2 drivers there. Conzo and Buffamante, they started to open up a little bit. Conzo got about a 1.2 lead, but I know Buffamante definitely had some traffic that he had to get around, and that would have been the 151 of John Ferreira. I do know that Harrison Southmore went out during qualifying. He didn't have a time. I'm wondering if there was a transponder issue on that car during qualifying, but definitely out there running right now, as you can see. Looks like a Jonathan Whiteshite now coming up on the 151, John Ferreira, as they were going down into turn 1 or turn 2.
And here, Brian, I want to track. This is the battle for the lead right behind them in this for Prototype 2 with Jason Fraley's in his West. He's out of Wellsville, Pennsylvania. Paul Macaruccia in his Radical SR3. Now, Prototype 2, interesting, is a class that is no longer, well, after this season, is essentially not going to be a class any longer. That what was known as Prototype 1 and also the Prototype 2 class. The Prototype 1s were typically for automobile car-powered machines, whereas the prototype 2s, usually motorcycle motors in the 1200cc range, they're being merged together. And this is the final year that P2 is going to be racing on the national level. I believe it actually still will be a regional class. I'll try and dig into that as we wrap up the day here. But certainly at the national level, after this year, P2 will not be competing. There also will not be a P2 national championship at the runoffs this year, only a prototype national championship. But a great fight going on here, as I believe Fraley is actually a rookie here. That I think it's his very first season. He's got a ton of hill climb experience, as well as doing time trials in autocross, and he's actually, well, some people know this, he's the president of the Hayward Wagner fan
I just
club.
saw that. I'm like, really? So, I saw that. That's a pretty good honor if you could be the president of Hayward Wagner's fan club.
Yeah, exactly. But he's been at Summit Point for years and years. He actually grew up in Pinto Alley. So great to see him in one of the fastest machines that we're going to see here this weekend. And Paul Macaruccia, following behind, had been racing shifter carts for about 15 years. Here hails from the northern New Jersey region. So good to see that they're having a great race here so far today, as Macaruccia starts to close things up quite a bit.
Yeah,
on Jason Fraley.
Sorry, Greg. Close the gap. You're right. He definitely got a great run out of 10 last time when they went down into 1. It looked like he was going to try to make that move. Decided not to, sticking behind Fraley. But I tell you what, he ended up losing a little bit of time because of that. We'll see what he does here on the backside. This is where Macaruccia really starts to close that gap in through this carousel. We've been talking about it all day long, and we definitely talked about it during our fly-in. This is where the throttle modulation will come in, even for these P2 cars,
where
even with the good handling.
Right.
But
I mean, it's a lot easier for them to feed in throttle because they've got the aero advantage.
Right.
They've got that aero downforce there, that it's more than just mechanical downforce. And Macaruccia now pulling right up to the back of Fraley, coming out of turn 10 onto the front straight.
Yeah, definitely gets a great run out of turn 10 the last 2 laps here. So I tell you what, that is just probably going to be a matter of time before that pass happens between Macaruccia and Fraley in that battle for P2. Paul Amochkitsky is a little bit further back, about 16 seconds, so don't think that's going to come into play right now, but eventually those two are going to start to battle, and that gap could close as well.
All right, in other classes, Jake King, who just now completes his 6th lap, he's got about 18 seconds on John Vidovich. There we've got Jeff Baskin, our Soul Formula Continental racer. Baskin currently running 11th overall. Harrison Southworth, our Soul Formula 6 racer, in the number 73 QRE Invader. He is currently running 12th. Ray Carmody, and Ray's been racing Formula V for so long, and I'm pretty sure it was Ray that just made it down to South Africa, raced some Formula V races down there. But we've had, I think, Trevor up in the booth with us on Hoosier Super Tours up at Watkins Glen, and again, I'd say that Carmody family is current Formula V royalty. So glad to have him here with us here this week. Somebody else that we have with us here this week, Brian, I want to welcome to the booth. Good friend of the broadcast here. It is from CSM Motorsport, CSM Racing.
CSM Motorsport. It is Morgan Burkhardt. Welcome, Morgan.
Thank you guys for having me. I'm always happy to take a little stint up here in the booth.
Yeah, absolutely. Glad to have you up here. Of course, Morgan called over the years a number of races with Brian and I here. And
in other words, we taught him everything he doesn't know.
Well, yeah, that's why that's why he's where he is and why we're still here.
We're still sitting here?
Yeah, exactly. So Morgan just made a trip down back from north of the border at Mosport. Why don't you tell us a little bit about what you've been doing the last year or so?
Not being home is what I've been doing a lot of. it's a lot of traveling around, but it's a really good time. Just been kind of riding the ride of what pro racing really is, and it's eye-opening. It's eye-opening for sure. As you said, just got back from Mosport last weekend, and what an incredible facility that is. Absolutely wild. If anybody gets an opportunity to go there, whether you're driving or just watching, ridiculous.
Little different than just iRacing Mosport, right?
Exactly.
Okay.
Exactly. That's the only track I've ever driven where I am fully aware that there are walls around you at all times.
Really?
But yeah, it's absolutely incredible. Just feeling out what pro racing is, doing all of those things. It's, you know, in some ways it's a lot of the same things that you do in the club racing paddock. It's very, very similar. It's just that the toys are a lot more expensive. So, you know, I've always been a firm believer that there's nothing professional about professional motorsport, and to a point, that's a little bit true. It's still people playing with their toys, so it's a ton of fun.
All right, Morgan, real quick, let me make a call to the grid for our next group, and then we'll get back to it. Attention in the paddock. Attention in the paddock. Sprint Bracket Road Racing Series, race group number 5, please head to the grid. Race group number 5, please head to the grid. All right, so I guess a little bit more background other than going to Mosport and playing with other people's toys. CSM, Sabach Simpson Motorsports, you're racing in Michelin Pilot Challenge this year for the second year in a row, although in the GS class this year versus TCR this year, driving a
Porsche Cayman 718 GT4 RS Club Sport.
There we go. Thank you. You said that much more easily.
Just rolls off the tongue.
Well, he's getting paid to say that well. Excellent. All right, so as we watch here real quick, Morgan, this battle for the lead in Prototype 2 now with both Fraley and Macarucha, side pod to side pod, coming out of 2 into 3 and then down the hill. And Fraley now goes back to the lead as they go into braking into turn 5. So we heard that you may be giving a seminar this weekend for the Spec Racer 4 drivers.
Yes.
And I know you did something similar last year, I think over Labor Day weekend, if I remember. Why don't you tell us a little bit about that?
Yeah, so I've tried to implement this program, and it's all about driver education, right? So you learn how to drive safely in driver school. What this is for is to really learn the nuances of what it takes to drive a race car, and there are a lot of nuances. So that's really what we're focusing on. We did 3 different lessons throughout this weekend.
Okay.
Short, easy little bite-sized chunks to kind of help people along. I think I talked for the most time I've ever talked in succession when we did a Racecraft one this afternoon.
Oh, great.
But it's a lot of fun, and it's something that I'm looking to implement across the board here at the MARRS series, and then maybe long-term down at the Super Tours. So.
And you've been doing a lot of driver coaching outside of being behind the wheel of the race car as well, right?
Yes. Yeah, it's what I love doing. It really is what I love doing. I've started with go-karts and given back to the kids, and seeing myself as a 6-year-old and all of them is really, really cool. So I really enjoy doing that, and started to coach in SCCA and a little bit in IMSA and SRO. So it's a lot of fun, and it puts food on the table. So
there you go, because pro racing nowadays doesn't put food on the table.
No, it does not.
All right, so Brian, as we continue to watch this prototype race, things are getting a little interesting out there because Mother Nature has some surprises for our racers.
Yeah, it is starting to sprinkle a little bit here and there. And again, here's still that Fraley and Macarucha there still battling on. Macarucha dropped back a little bit when he tried to make the pass a couple laps ago, but now it started to reel in Jason Fraley. But yeah, we're starting to get some word of some showers, little sprinkles going around. So as this race starts to evolve towards the end with 4 laps left to go, next time 3, it could change a little bit here if it does start to get a little bit more rain as we go side by side down into turn 1. And there it is, Paul Macarucha. It looks like he's going to try to make that pass coming up out of turn number 2 and head up. We'll see whether or not he's going to make that stick. If he can get back in, it looks like he's clear right now. It does look like he's going to make that stick headed up over the hill right here. So,
and an interesting note about that battle, it does look like that Radical doesn't quite have the legs in a straight line. It looks like it gets really, really well through the carousel, so we'll see if he's able to stretch enough of a gap coming out of turn 10, but that blue prototype has some serious legs in a straight line.
Yeah, and I think that's a 1000cc Suzuki. I think it's a Gixxer motor behind the Weston. You can actually see there, even going through 6A, 6B, where that radical would open up now about 7 car lengths, and that's probably going to be enough to protect him when he gets onto the front straight and the tables then turn back towards the west.
Exactly, and that as the radical driver, that's really difficult to be able to gap that much of a car length, and he's got probably a 10 to 12 car length advantage going down the front straight, which just evaporates as that blue prototype just hops on its high horse and goes. But as soon as they get to a corner, that radical can stretch it right back out. But as the radical driver, you have to be perfect now, right? You can't make a mistake, because as soon as that blue prototype gets back to you, it's going to go around you like a sack of potatoes.
So again, that Jason Fraley got stuck a little bit behind Jason Fraley in that 151 machine in that Formula V, that regional car. So that really kind of held him up and really had to make a move, and evasive move to go driver's right coming out of turn 10 last time, so the gaps opened up even more.
Attention in the paddock, second call for race group number 5, Sprint Bracket Road Racing Series. Please head to the grid. Race group 5, Sprint Bracket Road Racing Series drivers. This is your second call to the grid. And as we look at some of our other classes here, again, I think we had Jake King, Brian, who had opened up a huge lead on John Vidovich. Didn't catch it, but I think he brought that car back to the paddock a little bit early. He is now showing 3 laps down from Vidovich. Want to jump back if we can to find this back, and here it is right. Well, it's just ahead of this. So I want to get to Conzo and Bufamonte.
Well, Conzo spun.
Right.
So he's going to drop back. It looks like he was going to pit.
Yep.
And yeah, Gian Bufamonte just took the white flag, and he will be coming around to see the checker this time.
Yes.
Now he doesn't have anything in front of him, so it's just a nice little cruise to the end here.
Yeah, indeed. So that Alliance Autosport machine now has an easy run to the checker, assuming he can keep 4 wheels underneath him. Again, I think that's a huge change from moving to a TA2 car to an FE2 car. Not that we see it here where the same weekend you jumped out of a Spec Racer Ford and went to an FE2 machine, and obviously not a lot of similarities, but much different than having a big tube frame.
Oh, yeah.
V8, front engine V8 to go to something like this FE2 machine.
Yeah, those 2 cars would not do anything similarly
at
all. So it's 2 completely different schools of driving, but Gian seems to do really, really well with that sort of thing. So he looks like he's coming through 9 pretty well, and going to head up the hill into turn 10, and is just now coming around turn 10, and will shake the checkered flag to win in FE2 and overall in the Wings and Things group.
Definitely coming through in that FE2 to take that towards the end of this 15-lap race. Between that and a TA2 car, he's probably thinking at the TA2, oh, thank goodness there's the checkered flag. When he comes across in the FE2, he's like, okay, we've taken the checkered flag now.
Yeah.
A little bit of a difference.
So the starter stand is displaying a debris flag, and I'm looking to see what that debris might be, other than perhaps some...
I don't see anything unless it is raining a little bit here. But
possibly. All right, so again, checkered flag in the air. Gian Bufamonte takes the win in FE2. Jonathan Weisheit is elevated to 2nd overall, 2nd in class, runs his fastest lap of the race on the final lap. Paul Macarucha will take the win in Prototype 2 over Jason Fraley at the end there, and that's all it took to get around that west. Margin of victory at the end, 3.8 seconds. Finishing in 4th then is Fraley. Paul Omachinsky will finish 5th overall, 3rd in Prototype 2. Taking the win in Club Ford is going to be Wayne Nicolette, with Mark Walthu finishing 2nd in class. They finished 6th and 7th overall. Jason Conzo, for the moment, is recorded in 8th. And I believe all of our racers have now taken the checkered flag, so that is where he will finish, with John Vidovich showing as finishing in 9th, taking the win in Formula F. John Baskin, our sole Continental racer, will round out the top 10, with Harrison Southworth finishing 11th in his Formula 6 machine, Ray Carmody finishing 12th, and John Ferreira in his Formula VR finishing 13th. All right, so let's take a look here. I want to take a look, Brian, if we can here, and I just want to see where Bufamonte finished up with, in comparison to the track record here. And of course, obviously, temperature is not optimal. Track record in FE2 110.770.
Yeah.
With Bufamonte finishing up at a 111.5. All right. That is going to wrap things up for our open wheel prototype race today. Of course, they'll be back with their feature race tomorrow. Let's make a final call to the grid for our bracket racers because there aren't many of them on the grid. Attention in the paddock. Final call, race group 5, Sprint Bracket Road Racing Series. Please head to the grid now. Your race starting in just a moment. Race group 5, please head to the grid. And we're going to take a quick break. We'll be back in a few moments with that bracket race. Stay with us.
17 Baron AM, bringing you all the classic hits.
Need a ride?
No. Okay. Taking you back to simpler times.
Hey, dog. Belmont Classic 5, Belmont, Ohio.
Looking to level up your motorsport game? At Courage Motorsport, we've got everything you need, from high-performance parts and racing equipment to expert driving instruction and even our own Courage racing gear. Whether you're a beginner, a pro, or looking to kickstart your motorsport career with training in both the business of racing and securing sponsorships, we've got you covered. Check out our gear, grab a shirt, and represent your passion. Email us at trackready@couragemotorsport.com or visit couragemotorsport.com and get ready to hit the track.
The Spring Hill Suites Winchester is an all-suite property that features spacious suites, an indoor heated pool, complimentary hot buffet-style breakfast, a 24-hour fitness center, and complimentary Wi-Fi. Whether you're traveling in a group or flying solo, you'll find it easy to get comfortable in our spacious suites. We're conveniently located just off of Interstate 81 at exit 317 in a shopping center with many shops and dining options. Discount rooms are available. To book your suite today, call 540-431-3330.
Grand Touring Enterprises is an internationally recognized and awarded full-service classic automotive facility located in Frederick, Maryland. Specializing in classic Italian sports cars from Ferrari, Lamborghini, ISO, and Bizzarini, Grand Touring's extensive experience ranges from pre-war to modern exotics, advising on all aspects of the classic car ownership experience, from service, restoration, and climate-controlled storage to sales and consignment. Grand Touring's focus is not just on preserving the history and prestige of these vehicles, but making sure that the driving experience is equally as spectacular and authentic. For more information, send email to tom@grandtouring.com. Grand Touring, legends in motion.
Maybe I have the first numbers wrong.
I got 464.
Tires. So they just keep extending the yellow. Double yellow. It's a 4-mile lap.
1 minute. 1 minute.
1 minute. I don't know. All these different groups.
Are they kind of pokey?
No, they're kind of jerky. You give them wet weather and it gets even worse.
our thoughts and make us do stuff. Like if it wanted me to, if it.
Thank you for joining us here at Summit Point Raceway for the 2025 July MARRS presented by Belmont Classic Cars with our wonderful guests, Northeast Division Road Racing Championship and the United States Touring Car Championship with broadcast assistance from Courage Motorsports this weekend. I'm Greg Ginsburg along with Brian Donati, and let's get going. Next group is out on track for their pace lap, and it is our bracket racers, Brian. 15 cars set qualifying times. Maybe not so important that they set qualifying times because it basically is just setting the order in which they go out to start this race. We'll talk a little bit more about bracket racing and what it entails in a few moments, but let's give you the starting order. Starting on the pole today, qualifying time of 1:24.596 in the SABG BMW 330ci Adam Mungo. Steve Martin in the in-and-out performance Ford Mustang will start second today, with Ray Rachuba, also in a Ford Mustang, starting 30s in the number 96 machine. Louis Alessi out of Scottsville, Virginia, driving his Honda Prelude, will start fourth, with Mike Herbert. We saw Mike a little bit earlier today in our second race of the day. He's driving a BMW M240i from Chambersburg, Pennsylvania, and he will start fifth, starting sixth. This is Matt Littleton in the ML2Motorsports.com machine. Matt will start sixth today in the number 07 BMW 325. Chuck Edmondson out of Medina, Ohio, in the Paco's Parts House Nissan 350Z will start seventh. Jeff Liller out of Thurmont, Maryland, driving the Venoris Financial Services Hoosier Mazda Miata will start eighth. Daniel Allen will start ninth today. He's out of Fairfield, Pennsylvania, driving a Toyota 86. And I'm having more trouble talking today than normal, Brian. All right, then we got Jed Prentice. But that's my problem, not your problem.
Yeah,
I understand that. Hey, guys, if you want to donate money to us in the chat, you can go ahead and do that. And actually, you can't do that now. Jed Prentice is going to start 10th. He's driving the number 68 Mazda Miata. He is from Tacoma Park, Maryland. Zach Hallander will start 11th today. He's driving the number 89 On the Mark Management Mazda Miata MX-5. And starting 12th, Jennifer Romes in her Scion FRS. That's the number 186 car out of Fredericksburg, Virginia. Starting lucky 13th is Jordan Eichelbaum. He's in the Me, Myself, and I Mazda Miata. He's from Vienna, Virginia. Zach Camp will start 14th. He's in the number 24 Mustang SVT Cobra. He's out of Clifton, Virginia. And finally, we've got Trey's dad. We got Dave Albrecht starting 15th. He's driving the number 92 Mazda Miata. He's out of Catlett, Virginia. Eventually, Trey will teach him about driving Hondas, but for today, at least, Dave is racing in a Mazda. As the pace car is on the pit lane, Brian turning things over to Adam Mungo and Steve Martin there on the front row. And starter looks over the field, and green flag is in the air. John Burkhardt waves that green flag. By the way, want to thank Morgan Burkhardt for stopping up and spending a little bit of time with us here this weekend. Hopefully we'll get to hear from him a little bit later today. But we are underway as our racers go into a big gray screen heading into turn one. Big lunge there from the white Mustang of Ray Rachuba as he gets around Steve Martin. Underbraking going into turn number one. And actually, no, they didn't get around Steve Martin. He got around the BMW of Adam Mungo.
Yeah.
Steve Martin jumped out to an early lead there with Louis Alessi sitting now in fourth in the number 43 Prelude. Mark Liller right behind.
So, Greg, we are going to go to a black flag all, and I think that could be because of the weather.
Yeah.
That's starting to come in. I think we may have had some lightning. Within a certain amount of time. So, as this race quickly started, it quickly stopped. So Zach Camp, I know the 24 came down pit road the minute the green flag came out. So he pulled his car off early, but I do believe it is because we could potentially have some lightning in the area. So we're going to bring these cars down pit road, get everybody into a safe position here, and then go from there. Haven't heard that it is for lightning. I'm assuming that that's what it is right now, just due to the fact that we didn't even go to a full course caution. We went straight to a black flag all. So I would assume that that's what it is.
Yeah, and so as they're getting underway, Brian, I guess we could talk a little bit about what bracket racing is, and then maybe we'll take a little break. But with bracket racing, as we've talked, we've got a couple racers that apparently missed the black flag and missed the fact that all of their brethren are on the pit lane.
I didn't understand that.
A little hard to do that. So they're going to take an extra lap, and hopefully
that's
they don't
actually
get hit by lightning, Brian.
Well, that's actually Albrecht. That's the 92 there. So that's David Albrecht and Mike Herbert.
And Mike Herbert, the rookie in the BMW, he just wanted a little bit more seat time. So the bracket racing, Brian, and we'll talk about this, I guess, more when we come back. Essentially, the racers, they try to keep their cars in a 2-second time slice and try to be consistent. So we are getting word that we are shut down for lightning. And the downtime, Brian, I believe they just gave us
30 minutes.
30
minimum.
minutes.
Yeah, it's 30-minute minimum.
All right.
On a lightning strike.
So a minimum that it will be 3:10 when we have cars on course at best. Okay, so yeah, and we can see here that the rain is now starting to come down as well. So the bracket racing, essentially, we divide a race up into 10 of these 2-second time slices, and the drivers are trying to stay within that same little bracket of, say, a minute 20 to a minute 23, or probably a minute to a minute 22, pardon me, over the course of a race. If they break out, as opposed to drag racing, bracket racing, they don't disqualify. Yeah, there you get disqualified. Here, you just move up to the next bracket, and you may find yourself racing with somebody up ahead. But at the moment, nobody's racing with anybody because we're going to be under a lightning delay here. So that also means there's some things that we need to do here in the booth. And so what we're going to do, we are going to take a bit of a break. Again, we will be returning at 3:10 at the earliest, but we'll certainly update in the chat if we find out that we're going to be coming back maybe later than that. We'll also have it on screen what our return time is. So apologize for the little bit of
weather.
Apologizing for Mother Nature, but we're going to take a quick break. We'll be back here in.
Car. We offer a variety of classic, unique, and popular cars. Looking for something not shown in our inventory? Call us as we may have it coming in soon. At Belmont Classic Cars, we understand all too well the expenses involved with racing, and while you can't find
it in the back to like the or not the longerons, but the internal structure and to the cargo.
Yeah.
I brought a foam mat, just laid down, and man, it was like a big camping trip.
Spot.
Okay.
I believe that was
That makes sense.
what I gathered. You got eaten your kneecap. I don't know whether it got through.
Drivers can leave their cars there and seek shelter. If they need to put windows or covers on them, they can do that too.
It's kind of like in the winter when I put out crock pot or chili. I can't wait to get to that in the morning. Well, it depends on when I put it out, but man, I love that.
Clear the track.
Yeah, it as I said, it's just an easy, like, when you get home and it's just like, oh, I need dinner. It's literally just pre.
As he said to me, he said, Casey, he said, you are ready to get married, but not to her. What do you mean not to her? We've dated for a year. what you just said is true. We didn't need somebody else to tell us we were ready to get married.
Mm-hmm.
For what they are, they're actually pretty good. Yeah. But when I was going through BMT, they were going through like the old stockpile ones, and you know, was B.
Like a I don't know, pulverized oatmeal with honey or sugar in it. It was like a candy. That was good. We used to, we didn't fight, but we'd be like, hey man, I'll trade you.
Turkey sticks.
I didn't have those.
Those things were actually fucking amazing.
Where'd you buy those at?
Somehow we got issued a few of them when we were. And we can store today. Whether you're happy you're alive after you eat it is secondary.
Yeah, we don't care.
I mean, that's one of those things where it is literally like the, hey, you know, control, handle, and help what you can, and recognize what you can't. You can't handle it. The sec def's gonna. To do the job proficiently. But it makes sense. Just, yeah, you know, there's a lot of things about
Tomorrow they're going to get rid of some
no.
And welcome back to Summit Point Raceway, everybody. We have a couple of quick updates here as we're under a lightning delay at Summit Point. There was just another lightning strike about 2.5 miles from the circuit, which is going to extend our lightning delay to a minimum of a 3:40 p.m. restart time. That's the word that we've just now received from the management here at Summit Point Raceway at Summit Point Motorsports Park. A 3:40 restart time at the earliest. We have also received words that this race and all following races today will be shortened to 12 laps in length. So, again, we're under red flag conditions here. The clock was stopped for the sprint bracket road racing race. None of our race, we didn't complete a single lap.
Yeah.
When they go out, Brian, they will go out behind the safety car. Yep. They'll have a single file restart. But again, it's not going to be for at least another 20 minutes.
Well,
30 minutes. 30 minutes. 3:40 p.m. at the earliest. So, want to thank all of you for hanging by here and waiting. And as soon as we get some more information from race control, we will definitely let you know. We're going to update on the screen here that the new possible restart time of 3:40 p.m. And again, we'll get you more information as we know more. It's the July MARRS presented by Belmont Classic Cars here at Summit Point Raceway. Stay with us.
But it destroyed that tree.
When I was like, I don't know, 13, 14, I was on my parents' back deck and
thought, if it hit that tree that hard, what's it going to do to me? I'm not walking outside. I thought, stay in here, dummy. Go look at it later.
Yeah. You don't need to work for the rest of your life,
Absolutely
but you're
not.
still, you know, in a much, much better position. Yeah, I point they, whether it was a lawsuit afterwards or a massive life insurance payout, but like he had money. You're still in.
Just
like, go ahead, fire me.
Yeah.
I don't care.
Yeah. That part of the stress, that putting up with some of the stuff that irritates me, yes, I would probably.
Or lose my house or something. Nope, retirement will cover the mortgage. Wife will be working to cover some of the other stuff. Might be a little bit tighter if we've got enough saved up, be able to.
On my bumper on a hill, if I don't move ahead when traffic goes right away, it's because I'm actually, I don't want to burn the clutch out. I'm going to wait for that vehicle to move 10 or 20. car for a little bit and not move when I want to.
I may have just adjusted to where I always know it's going to happen, and so I'm automatically.
Would you please wend your way back to station, and I will have a check-in. Drive time now is 3:26. Please get back on station. We'll have a course check soon.
What's his name? I can't do names. Rob Keller, does that sound right?
I don't remember.
Control all stations. Let's have.
When it's wet here, I've noticed it anyway.
I just know some people don't always come with wet weather tires, and so like
Where's your list? Huh? Where's your list? I know, I got the names. I'm trying to match your face.
No, they're still working through. They did the course check. 3's missing one of the people up there.
my main objection with it is it tends to be very heavy on brakes when it's doing stuff. So it'll sit here and have, 100.
We got 3 minutes. Let's go. Go.
Welcome back to Summit Point Raceway, everybody. It is the July Wet Mars presented by Belmont Classic Cars with our special guests, the United States Touring Car Championship in the Northeast Division Road Racing Championship. I'm Greg Ginsburg. He's Brian Donati, and he is Spencer Gaynor. And out there, it's awfully wet. And so we're about ready to get underway here in less than 3 minutes. With our sprint bracket road racers. They will complete, Brian, their very first lap when they cross the start-finish line. Actually, you know what? This was red flagged, so we'll see if they count it as the first lap as they cross the line. Maybe rolling back to what was the previous lap, but regardless, we're going to be starting this race out behind a safety car. It's going to be a single file restart as opposed to a double file restart. And this race and all remaining races are going to be shortened to 12 laps or 24 minutes. And we're actually waiting because I think some of our
I think
the start on the starter stand. And so we are getting word that once our racers cross the start-finish line to essentially starting that lap behind the safety car, they will have completed one race lap. So they will have, when they come back around and take the green, they will have 11 laps remaining here as the safety cars bring them back out. Brian, I guess quickly here, and we may have had some racers take their cars back to the pit lane to get back to the paddock to get
some
rain
looks
tires.
like they did, and it looks like they're going to come back out at the very tail end of the field.
Right.
So this is here's where it gets really interesting, right? So again, they're going to go through that, to go through, and some of those guys are going to end up coming right back down pit road and changing. We've already done the start.
And meanwhile, they had about 30 minutes or so, more than 30 minutes, that they could have taken their cars back to the paddock and put rain tires on just to reset the field. And Spencer, we might as well bring the ticker up here on the left-hand side of the screen since this has started. It is, what I wanted to cover, Brian, was because it's been about 40 minutes, is who's actually racing here. As we completed our first lap, because this will also pick up where some of the drivers may have gone back to put on tires, it is Steve Martin at the front of the field in his Ford Mustang. Adam Mungo, Louis Alessi, shown there as Frank Alessi, Daniel Allen, Chuck Edmondson, and big changes there is Ray Richuba, who had started third today in his Ford Mustang. I don't think Richuba actually went back out, and he may not have had rain tires, quite possibly.
Well, I don't think Adam. I think Adam Mungo left the pit lane there, went back. I don't think he's come back out either. And if he did,
well, I'm showing that he's completed, and I'm showing that he's completed one lap, and he's behind Steve Martin.
Okay.
So I think we're okay there. Daniel Allen. So this is how a lot of people had to go put tires on, but also shows also what happened here to start this race. Daniel Allen in the 100 Toyota 86, Brian, he started this race in 9th position. He is now the fourth car in line in that, again, Toyota 86. There you go, right behind Louis Alessi in the Honda Prelude. Chuck Edmondson in his Nissan back behind, and Zach Hollander in a Mazda Miata. Eichelbaum, Littleton, Herbert. Now, so we did pin to the top of the chat a link that you can go to specifically to see the timing and scoring for our Sprint Bracket Road Racing series here. And the reason why we do that is because we split everything into these slices of 2 seconds. I don't know how much that's going to matter, Brian, in the wet here, because I think that most of our racers are probably going to end up in the bracket, what's called the B5 bracket, for a minute 33 and higher.
Yeah.
Okay, so that is likely going to be the case. All right, pace car is on the pit lane, and that leaves things with Steve Martin, who is trundling, and we've got so much standing water here. If any of these racers, and we do have a couple racers coming down the pit lane now, Brian, here as we go on board with Alex Cumming, who at some point I'm sure will turn on those windshield wipers. And actually, that's right. I'm sorry. That's Zach Hollander right now behind the wheel, indeed. And Hollander in his Mazda Miata was 5th across the line. And hopefully at some point we'll be able to see what's in front of him. But, this isn't a bad idea, Brian, as we watch and see as he tries to get that car underway.
So one car, Greg, just went dead stick left off into the...
That was Zach. That was, I think, Hollander, and there's somebody right in front of him.
Yep, he did. That was you're right. That was Zach went off driver's left all the way to the...
all the way to the skid pad. Exactly. I would say, Zach, the track turns right there. You shouldn't be turning left. All right. Well, thank God we had that on camera, Brian. As we go back, there's Steve Martin, and coming up right behind Martin with nowhere to go.
That's Jordan Eichelbaum in the 11. I think he's got rain tires on.
I would think so, in the number 11 car. So here's what's interesting, and Brian and I had this conversation during our extended period of downtime. There used to be in the SCCA rulebook, in the general competition rules, the ability to declare a rain race.
Yep.
And essentially send the racers back to the paddock if they wanted to go put on rain tires. That doesn't exist any longer.
Correct.
But under red flag conditions here, as the drivers are on the pit lane, if they wanted to go back to their paddock spot and put wet weather tires on, nothing's stopping them from doing it.
Correct.
They could do it. The only stipulation is when they come back, they're going to be put to the end of the line. They're going to lose their position.
Correct.
And we didn't see many, if any, racers do that. And we think a lot of these racers may still be on. And there's Steve Martin. You can see
he's got slicks on.
Yeah, and you can see what kind of problem Steve Martin had down in the carousel. A lot of these racers still have the dry weather tires. I think the ones we saw come into the pit lane at the end of the pace lap, Brian,
they did as well.
They're not putting wet weather tires on for 10 laps remaining. By the time they did, they'd get maybe a lap in or so. All right, so crossing the line, it is Matt Littleton, and right now these racers running. Again, they're all going to be in that B5 bracket at this point. Matt Littleton, who is, I believe, the first car across the line in his 3 Series BMW. The E30 325i, a 204.2. And that isn't the fastest. Jordan Eichelbaum in the Miata, a 204 flat. As, our turn 1 camera, besides, well.
It's wet.
Yeah.
It is wet down there. This rain came in pretty quickly.
Hey, good thing I didn't have those waterproof cases on the car.
Yeah, good thing you didn't put them on there. So.
Yeah. Oh, well.
Yeah, you're right. I don't see anybody going under that 133.
No,
and not right now.
Yeah, and and if these racers had been on wet weather tires, we'd probably see lap times probably like in the 140s or thereabouts. All right, just had the 89 car.
That's Hallander again.
Yeah.
Yeah, we've got some standing water there, right as what we call Baker, that has that little exit right there in the middle.
Just past where that white car is.
Right,
yeah.
Yep. So right there, right on the
see
other
where that
side of the
crossover road is, where that gate is.
Yep, that's what they call Baker there. There's some standing water there, and I think Zach hit it in the wrong spot as we watch Jennifer Romes come up. Way outside there, Jennifer Romes pushing off to be able to come through. She's able to continue it, but definitely going way off.
So the question is, we know that Tom O'Gorman has been coaching up Jennifer Romes this weekend. Tom, how much do you know about the wet line at Summit Point?
Which, Greg, brings up another, a whole other thing, right? I mean, and I'm looking at some of these drivers, and some of these drivers are running the regular. and I don't think Highlander, and he's now made the right. I can see him making the right. I don't think his windshield wipers work.
No,
they're there, but they're not working.
Well, apparently his tires weren't working either, Brian, which is probably a bigger challenge for him. All right, real quick, Brian, let me make a call to the grid for our next group. Spec Miata racers, please head to the grid. Spec Miata racers, race group number 6, please head to the grid. Your race is next. And if you like what you're seeing here today, please make sure to go and smash that thumbs up button, much like our racers are just smashing their steering wheels right now, trying to keep the cars on track. And please, of course, subscribe to the Washington, D.C. Region YouTube channel and click that notification bell. We'll tell you every time that we go live. Next time we go live, Brian, is going to be 8:40 a.m. tomorrow. At least that's when we're scheduled to go live for feature race day here at Summit Point, where our Sprint Bracket Road Racers will have 2 10-lap sprint races, and our Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series, United States Touring Car Championship, and Northeast Divisional Road Racing Championship racers will have a much longer length race tomorrow. They will have a 20-lap race. So considerably longer than the 12 laps, and hopefully not rain-filled like this one.
Well, they're definitely not going to learn anything in this race other than trying to get through. You look at Matt Littleton. He started in the back of the pack anyway, and as soon as it went to the black flag, he came in and went to the paddock and put on those rain tires.
Yeah.
Right off the bat.
Well,
so
he can't blame him, and he's going to catch up to this group coming up into turn 3. Pretty quickly as he's carrying good speed. Littleton, I said that on wet tires I expect the times to get down into the 140s. Littleton's at a 150. He is lapping 10 seconds faster than Jordan Eichelbaum and Jennifer Romes behind, almost 20 seconds faster than Daniel Allen in that 100 Toyota.
Yeah.
here. So we're going to see that BMW. And the line that Matt, we saw coming through turn 10, great speed, and you can kind of tell the way the rooster tails are coming off the tires. That pretty clearly he was on wet weather tires.
Well, Greg, some of these drivers that are racing in here have probably never run in the rain here. So they're not sure where the actual rain line is to run here. And
I'm
so
not going to tell them. I know.
What that does is it causes a problem, because when you try to run the regular race line here in the dry, that doesn't work here.
Yeah, well, absolutely, because the pavement has been polished down so much, and it's been a number of years since the last repave here. So there are definitely some places like at turn 5 where racers very rarely put their race cars, that in the wet you'll find a ton of grip. Some places like turn 10. So John Burkhardt is working down on the starter stand, and who has a good amount of covering over him, so he's nice and dry right now. He likes to say, and he used a haiku, I think, to describe how to race around Summit Point in the wet. And one line that always stuck out to me is he says, "Rain hides between stones." And I won't go into why and what that means, but essentially means you're driving in the wet where you typically don't drive in the dry here at Summit Point. All right, so we're about halfway through this 12-lap race with 6 laps in the books. So let's do this. Let's make another call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock. Second call for race group number 6, Spec Miata. Please head to the grid. Spec Miata racers, this is your second call to the grid. Bring your rain tires.
You want to bring more than that, probably. There's a lot of standing water on the backside of this racetrack.
Bring your floaties.
Definitely going down into turn number 5, coming in out of turn 6 into turn 7 right there. There's that little dip. That's a lot of standing water. I saw one of our cars just hit that. Well, here's Matt Littleton right now, headed down in there.
And I believe is that the Herbert car? I think
that is
right behind him.
Yeah, so that's Mike Herbert.
Yeah, and so Herbert, I believe, is on wet. I mean, I think also pretty clearly on wets, maybe. And Mike is a rookie here, and it looks like he's got the idea coming through 6B there, and again, hasn't had a lot of time behind the wheel, at least in the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series or the Sprint Bracket Road Racing Series. We saw him earlier today in the Big Bore race, Brian, but he's carrying a nice amount of pace right now. Herbert, who again completed his SCCA competition school last year, back in 2023, competed at the BMW M School and placed second in the school race at the BMW Performance Center, which I think is down down in South Carolina there. And so he's doing pretty acceptable here in the wet, Brian.
Yeah, no, not doing a bad job there. You kind of come in and look, this is a good opportunity because obviously, it's not like our normal bracket where we have different brackets being run. Everybody's in the same bracket this time, right? So you're running against everybody on the racetrack. Some drivers went off and came in. Adam Mungo has come in after 2 laps.
Looks like
Zach Allender came in after 2 laps. Frank Alessi didn't even go back out, came around and then went right to the pit lane. So did Chuck Edmondson. So some of these, Steve Martin, I believe may still be out there.
I think
he may
still
have come in.
Well,
he only completed 5 laps, and our leaders at 7.
Well, given the speeds he was carrying, Brian, he may still be out there. Matter we saw. If you remember, we saw him in the wet at the New Jersey Motorsports Park Lightning Circuit earlier in the season, and that's exactly what he was. Didn't matter. He was going to get his seat time in, whether it was wet or whether it was dry.
Well, he was the only car that showed up in the class. So that is Steve Martin had his own film session that day. That's right. So he was in with us.
They were taking rollers. There's Steve right there.
He was in with us doing some announcing, and then went back out, and he was the only car that showed up to the bracket for the last race group of the day. So Steve got his own film session, so he was able to go and learn kind of what it did. It did start to dry out a little bit.
All right, well, let's see what the Mustang does here coming down through the chute. Again, fastest corner on the course.
Yeah.
Oh,
this is where you need an in-car to see how fast they're going.
Yeah. Steve was probably opposite lock under braking coming down the hill there. But look at how much standing water there is.
And look how much standing water he's going to hit right here.
Yeah, and well,
right
and
there.
as soon as he makes the left turn is where the big amount of water is.
Correct.
Right, it's right out of our shot.
Yep, and right in there where he's
well,
back
let's
there.
say right now is where
there you see
the huge wave of water that goes up there.
Yeah, and right there coming to the entry there from turn 9, and he gets really loose trying to get some throttle to get up the hill. That's the challenge he's having right now, is coming out of turn 9, hits that big puddle, and then has to get somewhat back on the the gas. And then what ends up happening is that back end of that car just wants to completely come around.
So Brian, I just got a text message from Matt Phillips, who we saw a little bit earlier this season running in bracket and I think also in ITA, and in his 2001 Honda Civic SI, the blue turd. And he says, I'm in a different kind of pool swimming here today. And he basically sends a picture of the pool in his backyard, and it's looking awfully sunny just outside of Pittsburgh today. Thank you, Matt. Oh, and by the way, Matt has a poolside bar. He's got the setup up there right now, and yes, he's got a very different setup. He does have us on the stream, Brian.
There we go.
Hanging from a 55-inch screen that hangs from the roof of the poolside bar.
There we go.
All right, so next time our leader Matt Littleton crosses the start-finish line, he's got 2.5 laps to go.
Well, now actually, next time he comes by, he's only going to be one. Because I think what we're going to end up doing is this is going to run out on time, because they've only got 2 minutes, just right around 2 minutes, and he's doing 1:45. So that's roughly going to be right where it's going to be.
Yeah, I think you're right here. So what we'll do, let's change it over to time to go, Brian, and there you go, 2 minutes remaining, and again, with each lap, and Littleton's been running like a 1:45.
Yeah.
So that seems about right. So let's do this. Let me make a third call for Spec Miata, because we still only have about 4 or 5 of them with the guts to go out and race here in just a moment. Attention in the paddock. Spec Miata, race group number 6. We're all counting on you. Head on up to the grid for your challenge of a lifetime. Spec Miata, your race is next. Please head to the grid. All right, so Matt Littleton now coming under the bridge. Oh, there he is, not coming under the bridge. He's driving right around the Scion and up the hill as he goes right by the Scion or the Toyota 86 of Daniel Allen. And great run around the outside of turn 10. Yes, that is the rain line here, nowhere near the apex. And Matt Littleton will take the win in bracket B5.
Well, he's still got one more lap to go.
That's right.
He's not done just yet.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
So
he's not
only
done.
one more lap to go.
Right. Well, so this is going to be an 11-lap race rather than a 12-lap race for Littleton. But he's down. Brian, what did I say? He's running in the mid-145s right now, right where I figured they would be. So it's Littleton right now. Eichelbaum, who is yet to cross the stripe. Jennifer Rome's running in third. Jeff Lillard, Daniel Allen, Dave Albrecht, who started at the back of the pack. And he will work his way up to 6th, although I think Albrecht may have some post-race adjudication to be
some
concerned
discussions.
with. Yeah, exactly. Here, as he did take an extra lap when the black flag all was displayed for the lightning strike. And here, look at Littleton now.
It's going to be Jeff Lillard that he's going to put a lap on here at the end.
Comes right down, and again, Jeff Lillard running 4th overall. So Littleton has worked his way through most of them, most of the other drivers here on track. It's Littleton, it's Eichelbaum, it's Romes, it's Liller. Well, you can see it on the screen there. And again, all of these racers currently in the B5 bracket for drivers turning in times a minute 33 or higher. and I'm not going to jinx it, Brian, but this is where I would end up locking up the brakes and spinning through turn 10.
That's why I said let's not.
Yeah, I know.
And again, Matt knows the rain line around here pretty well.
Matt's been racing here at Summit Point in one class or another for over 25 years. He definitely knows his way around the track. And there you go, taking the checkered flag, and no doubt letting out a big sigh of relief is Matt Littleton. That's Jeff Liller. He's going to finish 4th overall. Jordan Eichelbaum and Jennifer Romes should come home 2nd and 3rd. Daniel Allen and his Scion comes across the line. Allen finishes 5th on track with Dave Albrecht right behind him finishing 6th.
Getting a call they're trying to figure out what his fast lap was from the corner workers. I'm not sure what.
It
was a 145.320.
All right. So coming across the line now, there is Steve Martin in the number 50 Ford Mustang. He'll finish 9th with Adam Mungo. Let's take a look at got a bunch of drivers coming to the line now. And there goes Jordan Eichelbaum. Jennifer Romes is trailing behind, and right beside Jordan Eichelbaum was Jed Prentice in the 68 machine, or pardon me, Adam Mungo, in the 174. So it's going to be Littleton, Eichelbaum, Romes, Liller, Allen, Albrecht, Herbert, Prentice, Martin, Mungo. That is your top 10. All right, so we are going to take a break, and when we come back, Spec Miata action here at Summit Point Raceway. Maybe they'll all go out on dry tires and make our day, Brian. But make sure to stay with us. It is the July MARRS presented by Belmont Classic Cars. We'll be right back.
At OG Racing, when you are shopping on our website, when we say in stock, this is what we mean by in stock. Seats and seat bases, brakes, harnesses and restraints, shoes, suits, and steering, helmets, gloves, and undergarments, fire suppression, and so much more. Shipping directly to you from our conveniently located Sterling, Virginia warehouse with thousands of in-stock items.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com.
Looking to level up your motorsport game? At Courage Motorsport, we've got everything you need, from high-performance parts and racing equipment to expert driving instruction and even our own Courage racing gear. Whether you're a beginner, a pro, or looking to kickstart your motorsport career with training in both the business of racing and securing sponsorships, we've got you covered. Check out our gear, grab a shirt, and represent your passion. Email us at trackready@couragemotorsport.com or visit couragemotorsport.com and get ready to hit the track.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires, expert knowledge, and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications and stock tires from all the top manufacturers for whatever you drive. From performance in race cars to SUVs and trucks to your daily drivers, Radial's mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. To get a competitive quote on your next set of tires, now with free shipping, or to schedule online, visit radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
They took green and got black flag off. And then what would be the penalty if they pulled into the tailgate tire? Well, that was asked because you're supposed to go to the back of the grid unless the steward says you can do it. Everybody can do it. If they call it, think about it.
Some of those probably actually had a decent amount of money put into them. They had like several companies were specializing for the ride.
Welcome back to Summit Point Raceway. It is the 2025 July MARRS presented by Belmont Classic Cars. I'm Greg Ginsburg, along with Brian Donati, with Spencer Gaynor behind us, our director. We're bringing in special guest right now. You've heard him before with us. It is Dominic Mandil. And guys, as we've got the Pace Lab underway, looks like our Spec Miata racers have found their wet weather tires. Let's run down the starting order. We know that a number of racers scheduled to run probably won't be out there, however. Starting on pole today, driving the number 69 Mazda, the CVET Windsor Customs machine from Darnestown, Maryland, with a qualifying time of 127.948. He ain't going to get anywhere close to that in this race. Jeremy Butts. John Jenkins JJ is in the Classic Car Club Manhattan Windsor Customs machine. He'll start on the outside of the front row. John Hotz driving the number 63 Hot Stuff Racing machine from Sparks Glencoe, Maryland will start third. Ryan Heischman from Carlisle, Pennsylvania, representing the Susquehanna region, is driving the number 146 Windsor Customs Mazda. And we got Kip Gaynor, driver of the number 44 Structural Rehabilitation Group machine. He is scheduled to start fifth. We don't believe Kip made the grid, nor did his row mate, Michael Lemaine, in the Cornerstone Financial Advisors number 88 Mazda. Bob Cahall, scheduled to start seventh today. He's in the Cahall Racing Mazda. He's from Gurnee, Illinois, and starting alongside Ted Cahall, also in the Cahall Racing machine, the Christiansburg, Virginia driver, scheduled to start eighth. Starting ninth, driving the number 81 RP Performance Mazda from Great Falls, Virginia, is David Gast, with Kevin Conlon starting 10th. Kevin's in the number 41 Rossini Racing Products Windsor Customs machine. Then we got Ryan Anderson in the number 80 car starting 11th. He's in the Windsor Customs entry, along with Ryan Etzian starting in 12th position. He's in the Eli's Heating and Air Conditioning machine. Ben Pollock from Merrifield, Virginia, in the Auto Clinic machine will start 13th. Then Chris Kelly starting 14th today. He's in the number 131 Mazda. He's from Newmarket, Maryland. Andrew Wagner starting 15th. He is driving the number 39 machine. He's out of Towson, Maryland. With Owings Mills, Maryland, Michael Cohen in the Glass Jacobson Wealth Management machine starting 16th. Sean LaMena scheduled to start 17th in the number 6 Cornerstone Financial Advisors Mazda, with James Mann starting 18th today in the number 108 Mazda. As the field through turn 10 onto the front straight, starter is looking over the field, and green flag is in the air, and we are racing once again here at Summit Point. Is Jeremy Butts and John Jenkins barrel down turn 1. Who's going to have the better braking from the inside, Brian? I would think that Butts would have better ability to brake there, but I think in the fog and in the haze, it is, I believe, John Jenkins got around him. We'll take a look as they come out from behind the trees. No, it is Jeremy Butts.
Yep.
One headlight in the air winking at us, Brian. He is your leader, with Jenkins running in second, and then John Hotz in the white number 63 running in third. The rest of the field starting to lag a little bit behind.
Yeah, Ryan Heishman right there with them. But I tell you what, Greg, when you look at these cars, it's raining. I only see one rain light on any of these cars going out there, and that's on the 63 of John Hotz. So a lot of cars not having rain lights. Well, so it is a little bit tough to see kind of there. So,
and I would say, Brian, as far as SCCA rules are concerned, while Formula cars need to have a separate rain light, as long as the closed fender cars can have their parking lights on, that is acceptable for them. And you'll see that even when there is no braking there, a lot of those tail lights are on.
Yeah.
And so they are meeting the letter of the rule there. But here we already now, and coming
Jenkins
through turn 8,
really loose,
very
there
loose
through that puddle.
As he then recovers the car. And that's got to be very difficult coming through turn 8, Brian, because there is a notable crown in the pavement.
Yes.
That it is higher at the center than at the sides. And as you go over that crown in the wet, the car is going to become very loose. Again, want to welcome to the booth Dominic Mandil, Spec Miata racer, and unfortunately some issues with the car in qualifying. So joining us here for this race. Good afternoon, Dominic.
Good afternoon, Greg. Good afternoon, Brian. Good afternoon, Spencer.
Getting out of the rain, that's actually not a bad thing.
Yeah, it wasn't a bad idea.
Unfortunately, I'm sure you would wish to be out there, but you and I were talking earlier on, obviously, the unfortunate incident during qualifying. Why don't you talk about that real quick of what really happened?
So our original plan, of course, was to be out here, but our water hose and head gasket had other ideas.
There's already enough water on the track here, Dominic. You didn't have to put any more out there.
Exactly. And so what we did was, what we started finding about 2 or 3 laps into our qualifying session was that we started to see the temperature gauge go way up. We started seeing smoke come into the cockpit and coming out of the hood. So we decided that the best practice at that point was to park the car and get it looked at. And we found that after bringing it in.
And Brian, going off track, that is John Jenkins in the 195 machine, not able to get the car woed down at the bottom of the hill. And again, as wet as this grass is now gone, it might be a little difficult for him to get back on track, but we'll see now that he has.
So what we did was we found that after pulling in the car and having it looked at, that the best approach from there was to get flat to back to the paddock, because the temperature gauge was way to the right, and we weren't confident that the car was going to restart either. So fortunately, we talk about the SCCA as a family. We've had a number of people come over to lend a hand to not only help us diagnose, but also to try to find a repair overnight. So hopefully we can be out there tomorrow. So I just want to say thank you to everyone who came over to help us out to diagnose our car today.
Well, one more camera down,
Yeah, it was really focusing on the raindrop. So, Dominic, you talked about that, that unfortunate incident where obviously the temperature gauge got pegged. Basically what that did is lost all the coolant that you had in the car, everything else out of it. And what that actually did is kind of warp the head a little bit. So now that has to be reground down, new gaskets, everything else. And as you said, again, everybody here in the in the paddock jumping in to kind of help out. So you do have a game plan that you and I were talking about. But hopefully, if everything works out well and the sun comes out here quickly, you'll be able to get that thing redone and hopefully get back out here tomorrow.
Exactly. And ironically, last event at the June MARRS was the first event that we had rain tires at our disposal. So had we been able to run today, we would have had them. We have them mounted at the ready. So maybe I have to wait another day for that.
Yeah, you might have to wait. So Brian, good friend of the show, Fireball Max King.
There we go.
Just sent me another text message, and he says that the Summit Point River is below its high water mark. That he's got his race car up on like 6 foot tall jack stands right now to stay clear of the water. Thought that was very, very funny. And of course, Fireball, he should be able to just, I don't know, dry the water without a problem.
Was it Max that sent that
to you?
Yes, it's
Matt. It was. No, actually, it was JD.
Oh, it was JD sending to you.
The patriarch of the family.
Yes.
JD King.
Well, that's the mother. The mother would be
the matriarch. The matriarch would be the mother.
Well, that's true.
The patriarch is
that's right.
The father. There you go. All right, so
it's still raining here at the racetrack, so just so you guys can see.
Well, we're trying. We know that there are a limited number of cameras that are functioning currently, but we're doing our best to bring you the action. It is Jeremy Butts, your leader, and Brian, I'm watching as Jeremy Butts is getting very close to as he's getting some heat in his tires, is getting now very close to what Matt Littleton was running in his BMW a little bit earlier. Down to a mid 145 John Hotz now, and we watch them coming out of turn 2. There are Jeremy Butts and John Hotz separated by about 4 car lengths, and they have left Ryan Heischman and the rest of the field so far behind. About 15 seconds back is the 146 machine. Of course, John Jenkins had been running in third with that off coming down through the chute. That has left that huge gap back to Heischman with although Ted Cahall, and I'll tell you, Ted Cahall, man, is doing very well in the wet here. He's coming up. We'll probably see if we stick around for this next group. Coming up right to the back of Ryan Heischman. I think Heischman's got a big challenge here coming up for third in just a few moments here as Jeremy Butts continues to stretch things out over John Hotz.
Well, you talked about John Jenkins here a little bit, and you talked about Ted Cahall and everything else. So you've got Ted Cahall, and then you've got Kevin Conlon in that 41, a little bit behind there. But John Jenkins not giving up after, a couple of mistakes early on. Kevin Conlon sitting in 5th, John Jenkins in 6th. They were side by side last time out, coming out of turn number 2. It was like both of them really wanted to get the rain line to get in front of the other driver, because they knew when they got down into turn number 3 that they had to get on that line in order to get through there with any type of pace.
Brian, you spoke about him just a moment ago. The number 41 of Kevin Conlon. Kevin. So far, it looks like our hard chargers thus far was graded 10th and has made his way up to 5th at this point. And Kevin had acquired that car in the offseason, bought Charlie Campbell's old spec Miata.
Yep.
And so has been running here.
The old Purple 89,
Yep. And so, and we also saw Kevin earlier in the small bore race running in the STL class. So again, Kevin's been doing double duty, running both in small bore and spec Miata, getting lots of additional track time.
All right, indeed. So drivers not making the grid, Kip Gaynor and Mike LaMena, the 44 and the 88 Ron Etzian in the 76 and Michael Cohen in the 54, Sean LaMena in the number 6, and of course yours truly, well, him truly, Dominic Mandiel, sitting right over the corner. So 13 drivers out battling for supremacy, and it does appear now as Ted Cahall in that blue there he is, in the gray 178, still following Ben Pollock in the 48 car around. But certainly that last time by making up a good amount of ground. Then we've got Chris Kelly and David Gass. They have really started to close things down as we watch them coming through the tail end of the carousel. the 131 and the 81 machine. And we don't want to forget Ryan Anderson in the 80, who was right there as well. Looks like Anderson may have fallen off just a little bit. Again, we'll track them as they're coming up the hill.
That's Jenkins
That's
there.
Jenkins.
That's Conlon. And then you've got Benjamin Pollock.
Pollock
in there.
right behind,
Yeah.
exactly. So a little bit further up. That's 5th, 6th, 7th. And then here we go, coming through. It is K-Hall, Kelly, Gast, Anderson.
You know, Greg, we talked about, we always talk about this group here where, two cars obviously are faster than one, and you get into this rain. And sometimes when you really try to get up behind somebody to help with that draft a little bit, sometimes it is a really big detriment right now because you really can't see if you're the second car. So it's almost no reason to get back underneath and behind somebody to push them to try to get, a little bit faster lap time or whatever. But it just doesn't.
Although honestly, I wouldn't want to be, going and doing some bump drafting down the front straight, but that might actually be the best place for you to see, as the car ahead is basically parting the waves for you.
Good point. Yep.
And let its spray from its tires actually go underneath your car.
Yeah.
All right, real quick, Brian, let's make a call to the grid for our next race group. Attention in the paddock. First call to the grid for race group 7, Improved Touring and B-Spec. Please head to the grid. Race group 7, Improved Touring and B-Spec racers. This is your first call to the grid.
Yeah, this is a rain that seems to be persistent. It's definitely going to stay around. Looking at the weather, I don't see this slowing down anytime until after 6 o'clock. So our last 2 races are definitely going to be. John Jenkins again going off there, Greg, into turn 9, and now you've got.
Whoa!
That was Bob K-Hall in that 178.
Big tank slapper there as they're trying to find ways to increase throttle coming out of turn 8 and up the hill, and I think they're just starting to find where those Hoosier radial wets, or probably now known as Hoosier H2Os, that there's a limit to how much water they can push out there. Again, as they crest over that hill, it's going to unsettle the rear of the car.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, you're trying to get as much as you can, and you're increasing coming up the hill, and so it just becomes so difficult to even get on the gas at all. And the minute you do, that rear end just wants to step.
Well, you can see there, Brian, our camera over at turn 10, that you can see how much water, wasn't being soaked up by the ground. And as a matter of fact, even over here at the exit of turn 3, look just to the left of the pavement.
Yep.
And it's starting to puddle up. It's one of those things that these drivers, they certainly don't want to put a wheel wrong. They don't want to put a wheel off.
Yeah.
This might be the first Spec Miata race that we see where the entire field is not putting 2 wheels in the gravel trap either, although that gravel trap might be the driest part of the facility right now.
They may hit more grip right now.
Yeah,
they put it out there. And it seems like it is raining a lot harder. If you look out here, our window down over turn 10, it's almost where you can't see at all.
Oh, well. As opposed to all of our other cameras where you can't see.
But I mean, it's what's really kind of, it's kind of darker over on that side of the racetrack than it is over here. As my view is looking down into one, even though it is raining pretty hard, it's a lot lighter than it is over there. Yeah. And so that's the part of the track that's even becoming, more challenging as they come out. And it looks like there goes K-Hall again, off into turn number 9, just doing everything he can to get that car somewhat slowed down, but kept going through there.
And we swear that there is actually exit curbing over there where he was. He went all the way to the exit curbing. It's just that the exit curbing is completely underwater.
Yep.
So Dominic, I guess best question, since you're not out there now and you just got a set of rain tires. Have you been on this track in the wet before?
I have. So the first time I got to, and that's the 131 with Chris Kelly, who went off in turn 10 there. We joined the track. So the first time I got to experience Summit Point in the wet was at my driver's school. And it was the driver's school in 2020. So we had the single-day event. And they had, funny enough, I was the pole sitter for the mini race at the end of the school. So at the time it wasn't actively raining, but throughout that event there had been intermittent drizzle, and all that accumulated to what ended up being a damp track by the end of the day.
Right.
And so I was the first one to get to the apex of one.
You were the guinea pig for everybody.
Yeah, with the standing water right there.
Right.
But everything ended up going well, and for that event we did not have rain tires. So
yeah.
But of course everyone else was in the same boat and was trying to just figure things out while trying to soak in all we could from what we had learned throughout the day.
All right, so as you see here, Brian, that whole rain hides between stones thing, these racers kind of figuring out that they need to stay clear of the epoxy, which goes down in towards the apex there, stay to the outside where the racers normally don't go, that there is a lot more grip through there. This corner, though, admittedly, doesn't matter if it's a rear-wheel drive car or if it's a front-wheel drive car, it is so challenging there because you can't easily go around the outside because of the way the track is cambered, and you actually sort of have to go to it's an increasing radius turn, and so if you go to the apex, even if the car washes out a little bit, like in a front-wheel drive car, I'll have the nose wash out, but I can always catch it before I get to that curbing that's underwater.
Right. Yep.
It's obviously a little bit different in a rear-wheel drive car, but you can't do that rim shot around the outside really and make it work. A lot of it is because of how much pavement there is that you have to cover. You end up making it a much longer distance that you have to go. Another one, and I said I wasn't going to give it away, when you go into turn 10, you don't want to come down to the apex. There's a lot of grip on the outside of that corner as well. Same for turn 5. Nope. You know, as much as we don't see passing in turn 5, you know, especially around the outside, there's a lot of grip to be found on the outside of that corner.
Yeah, absolutely. You can actually, coming down into turn 10 in the rain line, you could actually run the whole way around the white line there all the way around, and you will find a lot of grip out there.
Absolutely. Well, there you go. We just gave away all of our secrets, and we are more than happy if you want to write a check for $100 to GB Productions. We'll be happy to take it from you. All right, Brian, let me make another call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock. Second call to the grid for Race Group 7, Improved Touring and B-Spec. Please head to the grid. Race Group 7, Improved Touring and B-Spec racers, please head to the grid now. Your race is starting next.
You know, Jeremy Butts opened up an 11.5-second lead over John Hotz, two drivers that I thought would be really, really close to each other by the time this race got done, because both of them, you know, are pretty good veterans here. You know, John obviously being the you know, what we call cover here, what was it, the crazy old wily veteran. So that's, you know.
I'm not saying anything about all I'm talking about are green ponds in New Jersey and three-eyed fish, Brian. I'm not going to mention drivers at all.
Well, we definitely have some ponds here. So
yeah, absolutely now. Yes, we do. We've got just 2.5 laps remaining for Jeremy Butts and John Hotz. I've been switching our ticker, Brian, across between time remaining and laps remaining. I think this one likely
is going to go down on laps. Yeah, so we've got 3 laps left to go. Next time by, it'll be 2. And, you know, one of the races I'm looking at here, Spencer, let's see if we can't pick it up coming up, if it'll work. Coming out of turn number 2 now, John Jenkins in that 195 with a whole host of mistakes in that car today. Getting ready to come up the hill with Robert Cahall right on his back bumper. They're actually trying to run down Ben Pollock in that 48 machine. There goes Ben Pollock right there in the 48. Here comes Jenkins. Here comes Bob Cahall in that 178. So again, Jenkins falling from second all the way back now, trying to battle to hold on to a top 7 spot.
Yeah.
Here, Cahall has other things as we got. Looks like we have. Sorry, don't mean to laugh, but
I think
the Angry Sheep Motorsports running around?
I think it's the southern cousin of our New Jersey groundhog friend.
I think so.
Brian may have met his match.
Yeah, well, he
with
lost.
The Miata. Yeah.
I think somebody in the chat earlier put why we don't have any animals out there today because last week, but we now have had one, and it is. did not work out.
All right, we'll watch here as there's Pollock and Jenkins and K-Hall coming through turn 10, not closing down much on Kevin Conlon, or probably Ben Pollock in the number 48 in that blue and silver machine out of Merrifield, Virginia. That was interesting, Brian, as we just had somebody bouncing off the rev limiter here, coming across start and finish, and I think, yeah, I'm not sure. It's another one of our red Miatas. Actually, I think that might have been the K-Hall car.
That is.
As we've got Jeremy Butts now coming into turn 10. Pardon me. We've got a plethora of red Miatas now, Brian. And there we go. Just saw him in the second.
Right there. Got his hand out the window. Letting the starter know with all the rain that I understand.
That he acknowledges.
I see the one. Yeah.
That's right. He had his hand had his hand out the window and in the air, Dominic. So hope he doesn't have an Alcantara steering wheel, because he probably just ruined the finish on that thing. As they're now working their last lap.
And I guarantee, we talked about it earlier when we were talking with Morgan. When you talk about Buffamonte in that FE2 car compared to that GT2 car, that Trans Am car. Right now, I guarantee you Jeremy's going, I just want to get done with this race. Yeah. No reason to pass any of these cars.
No, just sit back. Although, as I found out a couple of years ago, in a very similar position is when they spin right in front of you, Brian.
Well, with a almost 15-second lead, that's when you just kind of back off. He was able to get past one of them there, and I believe that may have been the Andrew Wagner 39 car machine there, getting past him.
So the third red car in line there, that is our leader, Jeremy Butts. You can pick him out because he's got the one headlight up and running. Here is looks like we've got maybe a break in the clouds, Brian, down at the bottom half of the course.
Yeah, and you run through, that water right there. That is just the standing water, and that's where everybody's been having some really big problems. But yeah, it looks like there's a little bit of a break in the clouds back in the back. So, Yeah,
this entire course will be dry in about 6 minutes, Brian. Here as Butts makes it around another one of the cars, and he's the second in line. All right, and so there you go. Your win today in Spec Miata is Jeremy Butts, and right around him, I believe it was Chris Kelly and Ryan Anderson and Andrew Wagner. So they're going to have another lap to go, I believe. Here, coming across the line, finishing in second is going to be John Hotz, with Ryan Heischman finishing in third. Ted K-Hall, we're waiting for Ted.
Yeah, there's a lot of cars still in the back half of this racetrack going, and the drivers that kind of somewhat probably just had a big deep breath, and that is Christopher Kelly and Ryan Anderson, because Jeremy passed them, so they didn't have to run another lap.
All right, there is the Ted K-Hall, the blue number 78 machine. He's going to come home in fourth, with Kevin Conlon in the silver 41. Just a touch behind.
That's Heischman right there.
Is that Ryan Heischman?
Ted K-Hall right there.
Right.
And here comes Kevin Conlon.
There you go. And there's Conlon coming across the line. So again, Heischman, K-Hall, Conlon, Ben Pollock, John Jenkins coming. I think that's Jenkins coming out of turn 10 right now.
Yep.
And so Jenkins goes to minimize the damage. Started on the outside of the front row today. He's going to finish 7th here today in Spec Miata. Then Bob K-Hall in the 178 machine.
And he will be the last car to take the
last driver to take the checkered flag. And he'll finish 8th with Kelly, Anderson rounding out your top 10. They've already taken the checker. All right, that's going to wrap things up for Spec Miata. Let's go and make a call to the grid for our next group. Attention, in the paddock, race group number 7, B-Spec and Improved Touring. This is your final call to the grid. B-Spec and Improved Touring Racers, this is your final call to the grid. All right, we're going to take a quick break. We'll be back here with more racing action from Summit Point. It is the very wet July MARRS presented by Belmont Classic Cars with the Northeast Division Road Racing Championship. and United States Touring Car Championship, brought to you with the help of Courage Motorsports, and we'll be right back.
17 Baron AM, bringing you all the classic hits.
Need a ride?
No. Okay. Taking you back to simpler times.
Hey, dog. Belmont Classic Cars, Belmont, Ohio.
Looking to level up your motorsport game? At Courage Motorsport, we've got everything you need, from high-performance parts and racing equipment to expert driving instruction and even our own Courage racing gear. Whether you're a beginner, a pro, or looking to kickstart your motorsport career with training in both the business of racing and securing sponsorships, we've got you covered. Check out our gear, grab a shirt, and represent your passion. Email us at trackready@couragemotorsport.com or visit couragemotorsport.com and get ready to hit the track.
The Spring Hill Suites Winchester is an all-suite property that features spacious suites, an indoor heated pool, complimentary hot buffet-style breakfast, a 24-hour fitness center, and complimentary Wi-Fi. Whether you're traveling in a group or flying solo, you'll find it easy to get comfortable in our spacious suites. We're conveniently located just off of Interstate 81 at exit 317 in a shopping center with many shops and dining options. Discount rooms are available. To book your suite today, call 540-431-3330.
Grand Touring Enterprises is an internationally recognized and awarded full-service classic automotive facility located in Frederick, Maryland. Specializing in classic Italian sports cars from Ferrari, Lamborghini, ISO, and Bizzarini, Grand Touring's extensive experience ranges from pre-war to modern exotics, advising on all aspects of the classic car ownership experience, from service, restoration, and climate-controlled storage to sales and consignment. Grand Touring's focus is not just on preserving the history and prestige of these vehicles, but making sure that the driving experience is equally as spectacular and authentic. For more information, send email to tom@grandtouring.com. Grand Touring, legends in motion.
Make sure they're still there. I'm not racing in this shit.
You're going to make sure the puddles are still there.
I know the guys that are really praying nobody goes off his EV.
Well, we've been lucky, but yeah. What did we have? 2 calls today? We had the number 8 first thing. And what did we...
3 clear, double yellow. I think they got close to 30 in SSS.
Oh, they hit a box.
They close to 30 in SSS.
This is a really small route, this next one.
It doesn't seem like there'll be much in the way of.
Yeah, like, I mean, well, that's probably not true.
Is there a range?
They're under a roof. What's their problem? They're under a roof.
Yeah.
They should be nice and dry.
Well, apparently 2 is. They're not under their roof. His microphone is soaked. That's not good for.
I don't know why, but when I was in Pac P, I didn't get worried about the exercise test. This simple test that we have.
By SSM. That's it.
Welcome back to Summit Point Raceway. It's the July MARRS presented by Belmont Classic Cars. And of course, Brian and I would like to thank our broadcast partner, Courage Motorsports, helping you bring this very wet coverage to you all from Summit Point Raceway. As we get going, we got 2 more races remaining. Brian, real quick, let's take a look at the schedule for tomorrow. We're going to be starting at 8:40 a.m. tomorrow. We're going to start the day off with the Sprint Bracket Road Racing Series. They're going to have 2 separate 10-lap sprint races tomorrow, but everything else going to be the MARRS feature races, 20 laps. But before we get to Sunday, Brian, we have to make it through Saturday.
Well, we got to get through today here first. We got 2 more groups to go. So
that's right. And on track right now are our improved touring racers. 9 racers set qualifying times today. Let's run down the starting order. On pole today, driving the number 127 ITS, Hoosier, Carbotech, Angler Sheep Motorsports, Mazda Miata. It's Mark Liller. Glenn Evans will start on the outside of the front row. He's driving the number 10 ITS Minis Mission, Performance Auto Works Mazda. Then we've got Joel Gambino, your ITA pole sitter. He's in the number 31 RP Performance Mazda Miata, starting third with Justin Shepard in the Shepard Racing Miata, another ITA car, starting in fourth. Scotty Holman's your ITB pole sitter. He starts fifth today. He's driving the number 69 Frederick Motorsports Mazda Protege, starting sixth. Driving the number 51 ITA Mazda Miata, the Speedwell Racing Team entry, it's Jason Paternetti MacArthur. Then we've got Alton Fryer. Alton is starting 7th today. He's driving the number 89 ITB Fry Guy Racing BMW 2002. Then we've got right alongside Alton, it's Carl Fossler. He's driving the Freesoft Frederick Motorsports Porsche 924, and he'll start 8th, starting in 9th. Our final driver today, driving the number 55 Murph Dog Motorsports Smoketown Brewery Nissan 240SX, Murphy Nichols. And Brian, if I had to guess, looking at how far back he is, Carl Fossler
may have an issue.
May have an issue with his Porsche. And so there was some conversation earlier. There was some conversation, yeah, and he's going to, of course, pull right into the mud, so it's going to be very difficult to get him. That is perfect.
Yep.
So there was some conversation, Brian, before we started this pace lap as to whether or not these racers would get 1 or possibly 2 pace laps in order to give the drivers another look at the racetrack and the conditions here. And I think we may have our second pace lap, whether we want it or not. Pace car's on the pit lane.
With him sitting down there, that's going to be difficult, Greg.
All right, as the racers now come onto the front straight with Liller and Glenn Evans. And we do have a green flag, and we are racing at Summit Point. The question is, when they get to turn 5, is Carl Fossler's Porsche going to be there or not, Brian?
Yeah, it didn't look like he was going to go anywhere quickly. So,
no.
He is right off of the edge as our driver's now going down into turn number 1. Mark Little are going to lead over Glenn Edson and then Joel Gambino. And we still need Carl Fossler to get that car moving. So that car is dead stick, going to be right in the center of the racetrack, or right off to the right-hand side of the racetrack when they get there. So it looks like we are going to go to a full course yellow.
Yeah, full course caution in order to get the emergency services vehicles out to pick up that car as our leader, Mark Liller, comes through turn 3. He now is going to see that full course caution over at turn 4. Let's see how they handle it as they come down through the chute. And then Fossler is out of the car. Oh, my. Okay. Luckily, he gets in just before the field comes down. But, again, he's in a very bad spot. We saw where John Jenkins, the previous race, had some issues going down through there. As the field now, and there's Alton Fryer. I should mention, great to see Alton in the BMW 2002. Last week, we were at New Jersey Motorsports Park. Oh, wow. And we're seeing, is that...
that is
Scotty Holman.
Scotty Holman, and I'm not sure where Scotty thinks he's going because he has passed the entire field.
Congratulations, Scotty Holman.
He is still racing.
Scotty Holman has now just worked himself into last place. He may think he's leading, but he's going to end up being in last.
He is passed. He was sitting back behind Justin Shepard in that number 69 machine, and I don't know, maybe he's going for a cab fare. I don't know. Maybe somebody gave him a call.
That's right.
Continuing to race.
That's right. Scotty Holman now, and he may be having some issues seeing out the windshield, but he is there. You go.
Long.
Yeah. So there you go. That is Scotty Holman's now technically your overall leader here with about 30 seconds on the rest of the field. But I was just going to say that, so Alton Fryer out in the BMW 2002, last week at New Jersey Motorsports Park, we saw Kevin Fryer, his son, get a win over Chip Herr in the Touring 4 class.
Yeah.
And great race between them, and wanted to congratulate the Fryer family as the rest of the field now comes across the start-finish line to complete lap number 1 under full course caution.
Everyone except for Scotty Holman.
Eventually,
he's still running.
Eventually, Scotty's. All I can think of is run, Forrest, run.
I think you're right, Greg. I don't think he can see very well outside of that window. Maybe it's starting to fog up a little bit, but Scotty Holman, he went under that 2-minute mark on the first full course lap.
Yeah,
so,
absolutely.
Trying to set the field under full course caution. Maybe he's going to try to drive all the way around and catch up with the back half of the field.
This will be good. He's going to end up right at the tail end of the field.
He's going to be right where he needs to be.
Yeah, exactly.
The only problem
where he's going to finish.
The only problem is he's going to end up with a lap on everybody, because by the time he comes back through, that'll be little bit of a challenge, but he is definitely taking his.
I was looking to see if we could, and well, look at this. Fossler's car is gone. He got the thing fired and started. Brian, may take another 7 minutes for him to get to the pit lane.
Well, now he's.
Oh, they got him with they pulled him out. They actually already pulled him out with a flat toe, Brian. They're coming under the bridge now and onto the pit
Scotty
lane.
Holman continues the race. He has not slowed down, knowing that each flag station is a double yellow.
You'd think he would have noticed possibly the flat toe with Carl Fossler's car, but no, he's still going.
Well, we've done hot pulls before, so
Well, yeah, but
we're not doing them this weekend.
Well,
so.
like I said, he is now missed 20 full court caution flags. All right. Well, the best thing Scotty's seen or not seen all day is those double yellow flags are now down as the Liller machine, Mark Liller, brings the rest of the field through turn 10 and onto the front straight.
So we're sitting here listening to the radio, unfortunately, and they're giving the call in regarding Scotty Holman, saying that he should have seen the double yellow a couple of corners. Well, he, as you mentioned, Greg, he should have seen it at least 20 of them.
Yeah, at least 20. Well, you know, although, Brian, you know, this race might finish based on laps just because of Scotty Holman's efforts here today. So I want to thank him that we may finish this race a little bit earlier than expected. So let's take a look. And you know what? I am going to score Scotty Holman as first in ITB for the moment here. Scotty Holman first overall, leading ITB with Alton Fryer second, and Carl Fossler was the third ITB car out there. And of course, he's now heading back to the paddock. And then Glenn Evans running second overall now as he got around Mark Liller on the restart, Brian. So Evans is your leader in ITS. Mark Liller, Murphy, and then Murphy Nichols in the Nissan. And again, this is the second outing for Murphy. Murphy took a win in the dry at the June MARRS. There he is, the lead car in this group coming up the hill.
Yeah.
He was at the start of this lap running in fourth. He's just now gotten around Mark Liller, and it looks like he might have gotten around Evans as well.
Yeah, he's definitely out in front. He is leading at Glenn Evans, and then Liller is going to be back in third.
Indeed.
We think.
Well, here he comes across the line, and he is now showing second overall behind Scotty Holman. Should mention that Scotty Holman turned in his fastest lap on the previous lap, Brian. He's now down into the low 150.1. Nichols is lapping at a 151 flat, so about a second difference between the two. But Holman's had an extra couple laps to get heat in the tires. So
at pace, absolutely. So
yeah,
most definitely that he's definitely got that. So.
All right, Brian, real quick, let me make a first call to the grid for our next and our final race group of the day. Attention in the paddock, first call to the grid for race group 8 SSM. Please head to the grid. Race group 8 SSM is your first call to the grid. So, Brian, I'm wondering if we need to submit our video to the stewards after this.
I don't think we need to submit anything. We'll let them know that they can take a look at the stream, because during that double yellow, you can clearly see what transpired, and we'll let them handle that. But a good battle here between Evans and Mark Liller there.
Yeah.
They were side by side through the whole entire.
And the carousel looks like it, I think the rain may have stopped over there, and it looks like the carousel is sort of drying out a little bit.
Well,
I mean, there's no standing water. The carousel, because of the amount of camber there, the water comes down to the inside, and so it looks like all the standing water is gone, but that just means it's going to be very slick over there.
Let's take a look at what Murphy's running right here. Last time by that 151 flat with a 6.
Wow.
He goes
A
146, picks up 4 seconds.
Yeah,
So
a 46.5.
Again, Murphy Nichols really running really well here in the rain, and I think Murphy's got some rain experience as well. So, able to do that. When we went back to green under the restart there, he got a really, really good run on both Liller and Evans. I'm not sure that either one of them knew, that we were back to green when they got to the start-finish line there, even before that, because the green technically was out when they were still back over.
They dropped the flags,
coming up out of turn number 8, and I think Murphy recognized that. Was able to take off there.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, you notice that Joel Gambino definitely got caught out by it. He carried almost no speed through turn 10 onto the front straight, got passed by, I think, 2 cars. Real quick here, talking about Murphy, of course, we've known this is, I believe, Murphy's 3rd year of racing. He's a student right now going for his bachelor's degree in mechanical engineering down my hometown. He's going to the University of North Carolina, Charlotte, where he works with the Formula SAE team down there. And, of course, has good family friend Mark Johnston, who raced ITA and ITS Nissan 240 SXs for a long time. Matter of fact, ran into Mark at Watkins Glen. The Super Tour weekend, he and his wife were touring wineries in the area, and he swore that he wasn't there to help anybody during the racing, like Ben Schlechter and the other folks from Alien Force Racing, but said that Mark has been a mentor and a coach for him in guiding his way through racing. So that is great to hear. And of course, we saw Murphy racing when he broke out of driver's school, that he was racing in bracket racing with an early 90s Nissan 300ZX. It's good to see that he's in a machine now that I think is maybe a little bit more reliable, and also that he has some more competition with. So great to see him doing so well here in the wet. That he's just flying right now. That said, Mark Liller has finally found some speed in that NC Mazda Miata, and he's starting to close things up just a little bit now on Murphy Nichols.
Yeah, second and a half gain. From a lap time perspective on Murphy Nichols that last time by. That 5th lap, Murphy running that 144.427, or no, Mark Liller running the 144.427 versus Murphy Nichols 145.993. Again, that's not a battle in class either, Greg. So he's going to be battling Joel Gambino, which is just now coming through turn number 5, and Murphy's probably already up through turn 7, up into turn 8.
Yeah, just don't tell Diane Shu. That's Murphy's aunt, who's in the chat right now. Hi, Diane. Your nephew's doing well here, as Liller is your leader in ITS. Nichols right now with 10 seconds on Joel Gambino. Jason Paternitti MacArthur in his Miata, currently running 3rd in ITA, almost a half minute behind Gambino. And I don't even know what the story is with ITB. Again, Scotty Holman showing as a lap up on Alton Fryer right now. Something tells me that that's probably not going.
Yeah, I don't think that's going to stand there. There's a lot of paperwork that's being done right now on that. So we'll score him where we have him right here, but I can almost guarantee that's not going to stand. So.
No. All right, as we are just past halfway, we've got 6 laps remaining. There's Scotty. Seems a little bit off the pace. Run, Forrest, run. Maybe he just dropped. So I think it is that Scotty Holman just dropped his fare off at Dulles, and he's just come back for the race.
Had to get there before these Uber cars got down.
That's right.
Get there. Wanted to put a lap on some of these
self-driving Waymos or something. And Alton Fryer, good pace from him as he's coming up onto the back. Who is that?
That's actually the 51 machine.
Paternitti or MacArthur. And he's going to probably pop. Let's see if he pops out. I know we're not going to be able to show it. Yeah, it doesn't have quite the speed of the ITA car going down the front straight. He's going to just hold station going into turn 1. But Paternitti MacArthur from the inside having a little trouble getting that Miata turned in. Fryer might have an advantage on exit and heading out. And as they come out of turn 2, Brian, heading towards turn 3, There you go. I said it, and it's true. It's Alton Fryer right alongside Pattern Eddie MacArthur. I wonder if he knows if Fryer's there. And the Miata is able to just kind of inch ahead as they go through turn 3. But a great exit from the BMW, Brian. And I think he's going to beat the Miata down
he's definitely going to beat he's definitely going to beat that Miata right to the right spot where he needed to be to come down that chute, Greg. So, yeah, really good run right out.
Good racing there from Alton Fryer. Again, not a battle in class, but that's going to move Fryer now up in the 6th position overall.
Well, we look back here, when we're talking about a 2.5 per lap difference, Mark Liller has gotten back around Murphy Nichols. That time he was 3.5 seconds faster on that lap time. Mark Liller running at 141.466 versus Murphy Nichols 144.291. Again, Murphy Nichols still leading ITA by 11 seconds over Joel Gambino, but Mark Liller has now picked up the overall lead and is leading in ITS because, again, as you said, I'm going to leave the ITB alone right now just because I don't believe that Scotty Holman's that's going to stand. And Greg, one of these orange things are starting to come through here from the top, and I'm starting to get a little. I might have to go put my sunglasses.
Orange or yellow, like
it's
that big
kind of a
yellow
little bit of
orb
both.
thing.
I'm gonna have to go put my sunglasses on. I really can't see up here anymore.
Oh my gosh. Chip Hers in the chat. He loves the fast taxi cab.
Could have taken you to the port station.
That's
yesterday.
right. Well, I mean, look, Chip is he's got a lot of reasons to like that taxi cab. Chip, of course, almost won a national championship and then did win a national championship, going from the very back of the pack to the front of the pack. Now, of course, that wasn't under course caution, mind you, but.
Yeah, so, as we look through here, like I said, Murphy still got that almost 12-second lead over Joel Gambino. And again, Murphy Nichols extending that out a little bit more because he went a little bit faster that time. So, Greg, as this race is going on, these drivers, now that the rain has pretty much officially stopped, now it's trying to get the track in a little bit, and you have these rain tires. This is where the rain tires, as the race goes on. Again, still 4 laps left to go here. Again, the track does start to dry out in a little bit of spots. You still need rain tires. So if you're sitting down on pit road for SSM, you're getting ready to come up here.
Yeah.
You're going to need rain tires.
You want
right?
them. Yeah.
So,
speaking of which, Brian, let me make a second call to the grid for them as we're now under 5 laps remaining. Attention in the paddock, second call for race group 8, SSM. Please head to the grid. SSM racers, hop like little bunnies. Don't hit the bunnies, though. SSM racers, we've already had one driver do that today, and he was in a Miata. Please head to the grid, SSM. Your race is next. We're getting kind of punch drunk up here, aren't we?
It's been a last couple of races pretty long watching the. It's hard as a driver as well. You race out here in the morning and you go through qualifying and then you get the car set up because, again, yesterday these drivers went out. Some of them went out during practice time, right? You had some practices. The rain came in yesterday afternoon. A lot of the later sessions was in the rain. You come out this morning, you end up in the rain, in the dry again. You start to go through, you start to set your car up, and now all of a sudden you're changing right back to rain, possible rain setup and then rain tires, and it just throws you all off here, and you really got to do everything you can to keep it up.
Actually, that was our camera getting all crossed up. I thought for a moment Scotty Holman got crossed up under braking, coming down through the chute through turn 4, as he is looking to put Alton Fryer 2 laps down, as Holman now goes through a huge puddle, and it looks like he's going to get past Fryer. Fryer would probably be wise to let Holman go again.
At this point.
Yeah.
Yeah, because with only him and Alton Fryer in the ITB car, Fossil and Ned are ever completing a lap. That's your only 2 cars in ITB. Don't want to take a chance if potentially something happens here at the end with Scotty Holman, who is technically right now on track your
race
overall leader.
And he's dropped off the pace a little bit, now running 146s as he goes and completes lap number 10, 2 laps remaining.
Next time by, should be getting the one to go.
Yeah, and this one definitely will end on laps. Like I said, everybody thanks Scotty Holman. He just cut down the amount of time that you have to be on track.
Well, Mark Lillard's cut into that, and that's only an 18-second gap between Holman and Lillard.
Yeah, and he lapped, and again, because Holman was trying to get around Fryer, Lillard was about 10 seconds faster than Scotty Holman that lap. Or, pardon me, Lillard was about 10 seconds faster than Lillard the last time by.
Yep.
And as we look through the field, most of these racers now have spread out immensely. Murphy Nichols maintains running 3rd overall. And this is a great run for Nichols in that Nissan. He's got 13 seconds on Joel Gambino.
Well, Greg, one of our drivers here in this group, Justin Shepard, went out, did one lap, came in, and is now in the chat saying, racing with a fogged up windshield sure is impossible. I can totally get it, because when you guys went out, it was nothing but pouring trying to do that, and now all of a sudden it's kind of stopped a little bit, so it does make it hard to see, obviously, from what we've seen.
Yeah, indeed. Although I should mention that Scotty Holman, the window may have been fogged up to not see all the double yellows, but he could see the edges of the track, which was good. Here as Murphy Nichols looking to put, I think that's Paternity MacArthur, the blue 51 machine, another lap down. And Murphy now is starting to inch closer to that apex and move a little bit closer to that dry line, and getting a lot of grip from the back of that Nissan 240SX. Lillard, though, just resetting fast lap again, as Lillard now turns in a 141.3, and I think that is the fastest lap that we've seen today since it started raining, as he lapped faster than the BMW in the bracket race, and certainly faster than John Hotz in his Spec Miata in the last race. All right, Brian, as we've got now just a single lap remaining for our overall leader, Scott Holman, let's make a final call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock, final call to the grid for race group number 8, SSM. Please head to the grid. SSM racers, please head to the grid. All right, so we're following Scott Holman, your leader here today, through the carousel on his very last lap. The birds are flying over above also to get a more like a drone view here as he comes out, leaving as much room as possible on the side of the track there. And Scotty Holman now coming under the bridge. I guarantee you they're not going to give him a victory lap, Brian, here.
We normally don't do victory laps on Saturdays anyway, but I understand what you're saying there, right? I mean,
that's right. Not going to give him an extra lap. And there you go, taking the win, Scotty Holman. Thumbs up in the air from the Burkhards on the starter stand. And your winner in ITB, Scotty Holman. Mark Lillard comes across the line. He'll finish 2nd overall, takes the win in ITS. There's Murphy Nichols. And Nichols, Brian, as he comes across the line, just ran his fastest lap of the race, turned in a 142.394. He'll finish 3rd overall, take the win in ITA over Joel Gambino, who I believe
just now
coming across the line. It's the 2 Miatas right next to one another. Gambino in the number 31 machine comes across. He'll finish 2nd in ITA. Paternity MacArthur was right beside him. Paternity MacArthur will finish just out of the top 3, finish 4th in ITA. Glenn Evans comes across the line in the number 10 machine, started today on the front row. He is going to finish 5th overall, 2nd in ITS, with Alton Fryer finishing on track 2nd in ITB, 6th overall. All right, so that's going to wrap things up for improved touring. That means just one more race to go, Brian, and it is SSM. We're going to take a quick break. Please stay with us. We'll be back in just a moment.
At OG Racing, when you are shopping on our website, when we say in stock, this is what we mean by in stock. Seats and seat bases, brakes, harnesses and restraints, shoes, suits and steering, helmets, gloves and undergarments, fire suppression, and so much more. Shipping directly to you from our conveniently located Sterling, Virginia warehouse with thousands of in-stock items.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com.
Looking to level up your motorsport game? At Courage Motorsport, we've got everything you need, from high-performance parts and racing equipment to expert driving instruction and even our own Courage racing gear. Whether you're a beginner, a pro, or looking to kickstart your motorsport career with training in both the business of racing and securing sponsorships, we've got you covered. Check out our gear, grab a shirt, and represent your passion. Email us at trackready@couragemotorsport.com or visit couragemotorsport.com and get ready to hit the track.
Yeah, that was close.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires, expert knowledge, and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications and stock tires from all the top manufacturers for whatever you drive. From performance and race cars to SUVs and trucks to your daily drivers, Radial's mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. To get a competitive quote on your next set of tires, now with free shipping, or to schedule online, visit RadialTireCompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
Or just fucked him up.
That's what makes me mad, because I was on a shaving waiver at one time, but I carried that with me and I didn't let it get out here. I followed the under quarter inch.
to regain his spot. It's probably on YouTube.
Oh, it is.
It's a classic. I mean,
Jordan 6, 730.
Yep.
What time will I get there?
Good question.
Let's see.
I hate when that happens. I knew
It was bound to happen because even for like years and years ago, ran into an
right? And here comes a guy, flat out, right past the stopped car. He ran my red and three.
I don't want to do that.
That's what I've said. I just want to see the band.
Really, why me? You tell me what to do, and I want to listen.
Welcome back to Summit Point Raceway. It is the July MARRS presented by Belmont Classic Cars with our good friends from the Northeast Division Road Racing Championship, the United States Touring Car Championship, here with us this weekend. And of course, we want to thank our broadcast partner, that is Courage Motorsports. Without their assistance, we couldn't bring you this coverage here this weekend. Brian, one final race here today. They are on their pace lap. Let's run down the starting order because it is the race that a whole bunch of people have been waiting for. It is SSM starting on the pole today, making his return to Summit Point after quite a bit of time running in Spec MX5 Challenge and putting in even some time in the Pro Spec Miata Series, MX5 Cup Series. Jack Murchison out of Sykesville, Maryland. Arif Kazem in the number 98 Redline Oil Machine will start on the outside of the front row, with John Hotz in the Hot Stuff Racing entry from Sparks Glencoe, Maryland, starting third. Jameson Huffman in the OG Racing Mazda Miata will start fourth today. That's number 89 machine, with Jordan Furman in the RP Performance FART TDX entry out of Wrightsville, Pennsylvania, starting in fifth. Then we got starting sixth, Scott Brunk in the RP Performance number 79 machine. He's from Frederick, Maryland. Starting seventh, Ryan Harrison out of Washington, D.C. He's driving the 146 car. Starting in eighth, driving the number 88 car. In the Mind and Body Clinic machine from Oaksville, Virginia, it's Jay Bindrum. Kevin Gaiman in the Dwarf Racing RP Performance Mazda. That is the number 113 car, starting in ninth. Starting on the outside of row number 5 in 10th. Driving the number 36 OG Racing Universally Modified entry, it's Chris Tilton. And we may have some onboard video from Chris. We'll have to check in on that if we do. Starting 11th today is Meyer Alzad. He's driving the number 101 Motorsport Solutions entry, with Ben Sarley starting 12th. He's in the 199 Sarley Motorsports entry out of Millersville, Maryland. Isaac Clark in the Dog-Licked Racing car, representing the North Carolina region of the SCCA. I had to take a little breath there when I said that, Brian. He's in the 86 machine. He starts lucky 13th. James Roberts starts 14th. James is in the Jim Roberts West Main Auto entry out of Mount Joy, Pennsylvania, representing the Susquehanna region. Starting 15th is Miranda Price. She is in the number 08 RP Performance Mazda. She's out of Strasburg, Virginia, with Mark Sylvia starting 16th. Mark's in the number 22 entry. He's out of Newcastle, Virginia. Starting in 17th position, driving the number 56 Mazda, representing the Blue Ridge region, it is Jim Hess, with Steve Bindrum starting 18th in the 07 machine He's out of Knoxville, Tennessee, and starting in 19th position, Ray Seabird Heath in the RHR and L Windsor Customs entry. Starting 20th, Shane Butler out of Washington, D.C. in the RP Performance Machine. And as you look there at the starter, John Burkhardt furiously waving his head to the left and right. The start of this race has been waved off, Brian. So the clock will start. This is technically the very first lap of the race. And they're going to come around, stay gridded up, and they're going to have to do it again. And what that means, Brian, is our starters saw something there on the front straight before the green flag came out that they did not like, whether it be too much speed, whether it be a racer maybe picking up speed a little bit earlier than they wanted, or it could have been any one of a number of things here. As our racers, again, will go around, they will form up, and hopefully we'll get this race started. But again, that 24-minute clock is underway, and technically our racers, when they cross the start-finish line, they'll be starting lap number 2.
Yeah, we definitely had not a really good start right there. Actually, no start. They were kind of all spread out all over the place.
Yeah.
And the minute they came out of turn number 10, both Murchison and Chasm really kind of got on the gas, and it was all kind of messed up here. They're going to have to get double file here. They should be getting double file right now, and it doesn't look like they're doing that.
Well, you will see usually as they get to that wet area in 7, they should start.
They're still not.
Yeah. And if they go through single file, there's a good chance they'll get waved off again, Brian. Here, and this may be a case where some of the drivers up at the front of the field
may
they just
not
don't
realize.
know the procedure. Exactly.
Yep.
And
now
they're and so now the first couple rows, first 3 rows are gridded up, and a lot of this, Brian, may be just because of how slick the track is that the drivers behind could not make up ground. We'll see what the starters decide. They may throw a green flag. And they have done that rather than go through this endlessly. They've thrown the green flag. They'll let the stewards figure it out afterwards here. So we are underway. And obviously the cars at the back of the field here that are just coming across the line, they're at a very serious disadvantage because of how far back they are. As we're still seeing racers come across as, already Colin Murchison in the 58 machine. Colin, I think, 15 years old. That is Jack's younger brother, Nathan Reynolds, John Hotz, who started at the back of the pack. Brian, they're almost 5 seconds back from the rest of the field, just crossing the line to start this race, so at a serious disadvantage. A couple racers not making taking the green. Anita Barnes.
Well, she just came out.
Oh,
so
she did.
Just came out. I think she started late from the pit lane.
All right, we got one driver had some issues at turn 3. We'll get the number on that car.
That's the 22 machine, I believe. That is Mark Silva.
Mark Sylvia, okay. And other drivers not to take the green, Chris Tilton and Ben Sarley. Yeah, that is we just got
Greg, we got a bunch of cars spinning down into turn 5 as well. And I think the track may be closely blocked. If the other camera is working, we may be able to pick something out. It's right in between the cameras. They spun. They were trying to get everybody slowed down going through there. So we'll wait to hear that number.
All right. So, again, very slick track. And these racers, again, not a lot of experience. Now, the SSM racers, Brian, they are on either Toyo RA1s, which can either be shaved and used in the dry or full tread for the wet, or the Toyo Proxies RR tire. And so, a lot of these drivers, they may be out on a shaved RA1 that isn't full depth, more like an intermediate tire, but obviously some drivers early on having some issues with the wet weather, as lap number 2 is now complete, and Brian moving up from 4th to take the lead. Jamison Huffman out of Harpers Ferry, West Virginia, in the white number 89 machine. Jack Murchison will drop back to 2nd. Scott Brunk, who's been racing Spec Miatas and SSMs for close to 20 years, he is now running in 3rd. Arif Kazim, who started off on the front row in the red number 98, he drops back to 4th position, I believe. We'll take a look here. Yep, Arif Kazim in that red machine. He is in 4th with Ryan Harrison, Jordan Fuhrman. Harrison in the blue 146, Fuhrman in the red number 8 in 6th.
Well, you got a 113 there. Kevin Gaiman spinning in turn 3. Greg, I'm wondering, there's a lot of drivers that probably don't have rain tires on.
That's
right?
definitely a possibility.
There is a lot of cars really tiptoeing through, so I don't believe half this field probably doesn't have rain tires.
No, that is possible. We saw Gaiman, he was just out of our view, was actually driving towards our camera, which is got to be great when he sees a whole bunch of cars coming through turn 3 straight at him. But, his choice, not ours. He's
being in that position, no, it's not great.
Yeah.
I've been there before.
And he has rejoined the field.
Yep. Yeah, so again, I'm looking at some of these guys, they don't have rain tires on, so they're trying to do everything they can to get through this race with what they have. I do believe the front 3 may have rain tires, which is Jamison Huffman, Jack Murchison, and Scott Brunk. Because, again, Brunk went all the way from 6th. He's all the way up to 3rd.
Yeah, indeed. And so, again, most likely on like a full-tread Toyo. Although those full-tread Toyos on conditions like this, they're able to evacuate that water pretty well, Brian, but they take some time because they're still a fairly hard tire. Take some time to get enough heat in them so that you still have some grip out here, and I think that's also what we were seeing here early on for possibly some racers that were on them. But yeah, it's possible that also that some of the racers had shaved down Toyos that were, again, more like an intermediate. It is what it is. As we're now working lap number 4, Jack Murchison just resets fast lap and was about 0.2 faster than Huffman, and has definitely closed things down. And there they go, going down the hill. It's Huffman, it's Jack Murchison, and Scott Brunk. Brunk in that kind of golf liveried machine there, the light blue with the orange stripe, and they've really separated themselves out now from Kazim Fuhrman, who's gotten around Ryan Harrison. So move Fuhrman up in the 5th in the red number 8 machine. So we've got the red 98, the red 8, Harrison in the blue number 146, and then another red Miata. That's Isaac Clark in the 86, running about 3 car lengths back in the number 86 machine. And suddenly, Brian, half the field are red Miatas.
Yeah, seems to be a theme anymore in this, definitely in this group here, but
you need a body shop sponsor. Yeah. Brian Price, where are you?
Right, exactly. Right. Well, he's actually got a car in this in this battle, actually.
That's right.
The 08 there, Miranda Price in there. So I'm sure Brian's not wanting to do body stuff.
Well, painting is one thing. Body work is,
correct.
is another. I figured he'd just maybe give it this guy. Oh, as we got a car going around, coming through turn 10. And was that, I think that might have been, was that the Gaiman car again, possibly?
No, that was a white and red. I can't see who that is. I thought may have been the
because he's over.
No, that's the 86. That's Isaac Clark's car right there.
All right, so out of our view right now, Brian, and as he came sideways through turn 10, he came across the track and didn't impact the pit wall. He's just in the grass, and he may be buried, Brian.
I was going to say he was able to move away from the wall there. He's moving a little bit. Yep. He's really got it gunned up, but when as much rain as we've got, Greg, that's going to be hard, but he is going to get out and get on the racetrack.
All right, there you go.
During that there, Greg, when he went off there in turn number 10, Jack Murchison tried to make a move over Jamison Huffman as they went down into turn 1, but down into turn 1, the race line that you really want is kind of on driver's left. There's a big puddle there.
Yeah.
So at that point, Murchison had to get out of it because there was no way him and Huffman would have fit in there. And Huffman kind of moved a little bit to driver's right.
To push him over to that puddle.
To get him away from the puddle.
Yeah, well, and interestingly, at least in the damp, Brian, there's actually more grip under braking going into turn 1 from almost the center of the track. So moving Murchison over even towards that puddle is probably a good thing. Oh, it went the other way.
Moved him the other way. So Jamison Huffman moved away from the puddle, so he moved to driver's right, which moved Murchison over to driver's right even
more.
Further.
Okay, so Murchison was down the inside.
Right.
So that's good because, again, down the middle of the track is actually the best braking there. Yep. So, and for Murchison to leave that ground, there you go, as Huffman now looking to hold. So Murchison, interestingly enough, Brian, of course, he calls Sykesville home now. The whole Murchison family, though, out from, I believe either Utah or Montana, if I remember correctly. And I'm taking a look to see where they have. Colin is listed now in Sykesville as well. But Jack, when he's not racing cars, he's ski racing.
Oh.
Okay, so downhill skier competitively, and I think he's doing his slaloms pretty well here.
Come talk to us when you're 50-some years old and you're trying to do racing and ski racing.
Yeah, no kidding. Well, it's easier when you're like 18.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
And his
you
brother
heal quicker.
and his brother is only, I think, 15.
Yeah.
So Colin a little bit a lot further back in the pack. Colin currently now running. Well, maybe
he's running in ninth right now.
Yeah, which is a good start because Colin started at the tail end of the field here today, 24th, and started at the back of that pack that was almost 5 seconds off when they finally took the green flag.
Right.
Here. So we've got 5 laps in the books, 7 remaining in what is a 12-lap race, and again it is Huffman and Jack Murchison pretty much ruling the roost here at Summit Point.
Yeah, so they're at the halfway point right now. And again, Murchison wants to make that move going down into turn 1, but Huffman just not going to get off the center of the racetrack, Greg, as you were just talking about, because that is where you're going to have the grip definitely under braking. So Murchison has to move one way or the other, and it just doesn't work well for the car in order to get into position.
Yeah, indeed. And so we saw there as the three of them went down into turn 1, you could either go through that huge puddle, or you could then go down the inside, and there's grip for braking down the inside, Brian, on driver's right. The problem is that you severely compromise your exit there, or both your entry and your exit through turn 1, and he'd really run the risk of Scott Brunk, who just reset fast lap of the race. Really risk Brunk coming underneath you on the exit of that corner.
And then Brunk got a little bit under braking right there, Greg. Going in, that puddle still running through there. They're going to come up on the Anita Barnes machine in that number 97. Again, she got a late start to this race, came off of the pit lane for that, but Brunk lost some time there. I was just getting ready to say that Scott Brunk could be sitting in the ideal spot because Murchison wants to take, and now it looks like they put poor Barnes over there in that puddle over to driver's left, right there between turn 6 and coming between 7 and 8. But they, Brunk would be in the ideal position because as Murchison tries to make that move, that's actually slowing Huffman down, as well as they come out of turn number 10, and Brunk's starting to reel them back in a little bit. Again, you'll see Murchison, he wants to make that move over Huffman. He does feel like he is a little bit faster.
And he looks at the inside once again. The interesting thing here, Brian, and as we know, when you're in the draft like Scott Brunk is right now, certainly it's easier to draft with 2 cars side by side in front of you because they open up a big hole in the wind. The problem that he's going to run into, especially if he gets a killer draft off the 2 cars ahead, as Murchison runs a little bit wide, tries to take that outside line through turn 1, is for Scott Brunk. He may have a couple extra miles an hour coming down that straightaway, Brian, because of the draft. It makes it harder for him to stop under the low grip conditions.
Right.
And so he can't really take advantage of what that draft is giving him.
Right.
And same thing here coming through turn 5, and we saw it just on the previous lap where Scott Brunk got loose under braking going in the 5.
Yep. And I think John Hotz may have had an excursion as well because he was actually in 9th last lap. He's now in 11th. So Jim Hess has now gone by him, moved Jim Hess up into 9th and Jay Bindram up into 10th. So John Hotz again struggling as well.
Well, it's either that or Hotz got scared away by the Thunder Chicken on the hood of Jim Hess's car. That he's got the old Pontiac flaming chicken from the Trans Am on the hood.
Yep.
We'll see here is actually he's coming down into our view. You can kind of see it on the hood there.
Well, he was a little bit further back because John was kind of rolling in Colin Murchison there in that 58 and ended up potentially going off.
All right, sounds like Scott Gaiman having some more issues out of our view off camera, spun down to turn 1. He has managed to continue, however. Jamison Huffman resetting fast lap, and has opened up a couple car lengths now on Murchison last time we checked in. As we look a little bit further in the pack, and taking a look there, Jim Roberts in the number 6, Ray Seabird Heath in the red and white number 9, Shane Butler in the 70.
Well, so there's the call for John Hott. So John Hott spun going down into turn 5 and then was able to continue, but he went and continued through the old pattern, went straight through. The answer to the question that we're hearing on the radios, no, he did not gain any positions. He lost 2 positions.
All right, so we're watching the field here. There's Jim Bob Roberts in the yellow number 6 machine. Brian coming through. 15 years racing. He's been time trialing not only time trialing Corvettes since 1992, also ran the One Lap of America in a Corvette, 15 years running. So big difference between the Corvette and the Miata. However, as he likes to say, Brian, he is very good in the wet. That he won the fastest American car on the one laps in their skid pad competition back in 2023, and it was second in 2024. So if he can get the rear end of this Miata to kind of step out a little bit, or if he gets another 700 horsepower, he might be in good stead.
Well, he just went side by side with Chase Kovach in that 71 machine right there.
Yeah.
Jim got a really good run coming out of turn 2, going in 2 wide. I think they're still going to be 2 wide there.
Yep.
That's going to be a little bit difficult. Jim may want to either back out. He's in a position, or he may take the 71 and push him out there.
See if he can slow.
Now we got another car going. The 22 is going to get in there and try to go 3 wide in between there. So Mark Sylvia is going to have a little bit of contact with that 71.
That's right. All right. So Roberts, who picks up another position to move up to 12th, Brian. He started off at the start of the when they got the green flag on lap 2. He lost like 7 positions. He was in 19th position, and now he's back up to 12th. So again, doing very well in the wet.
Yep. And again, another one that probably has the rain tires on here, where other drivers have not. So again, our overall leader, the next time they come by, Jamison Huffman, Jack Murchison, Scott Brunk. That is going to end up with 2 laps to go the next time by. They should be getting ready to come up on this. We have one car on pit road. That may be the 22 machine.
Is that the 20?
Down there? I believe that is the 22. We got another car down there that's got the hood up as well. Can't see the number on that one there. If we look through there, that may be Isaac Clark with
in the 86, and again the car that went off over at
it went over at turn 10. So he went off, and then I believe, and again the 22 is also on pit road as well.
Yeah, and so let's take a look here. So we talked a little bit earlier about Mark Sylvia maybe having a little bit of contact there, as he's now fallen back in the 14th position. Or pardon me, he's fallen back. I take that back in the 19th position, as Nathan Reynolds and Miranda Price have gotten around that car. But it is still this trio, Brian, right at the front. Huffman, Murchison, Brunk. Murchison and Huffman and Brunk trading fast laps. New fast lap is from Jack Murchison, as he made up about a 10th on Huffman, as we've got now just a lap and a half remaining. And next time our 3 leaders here cross the start-finish line, they will see that 1 to go board held out by our starters.
And again, 2 drivers there, Huffman and Murchison. You can tell they definitely understand the rain line here, especially going through there, because they are really wide, trying to ride the rim as much as they can to get as much grip as they can.
Indeed. And now normally with these momentum-based cars, Brian, the last thing you want to do is bind them up in the dry.
Sure.
But it makes sense in the wet here as well. You don't want to have the nose sliding across the pavement. You want to keep the car as straight as possible as they come to the start-finish line. That 1 to go board being hung from the starter stand. Your leader, Jamison Huffman, who resets fast lap of the race. Jack Murchison, Scott Brunk, and they're coming up on a number of slower cars, Brian. They're coming up on Chase Kovach and Ray Siebert Heath, Stephen Bindrum. I don't know if they're going to get to those cars, but given that there has been about 6 to 7 seconds a lap difference,
yeah, they may
there's
get
a possible they may get to it by the time they get to turn 10.
Yeah, I was going to say that could come in. There goes the Binder machine, Stephen Binder in that 07. Here they come. They may end up getting him kind of right around turn number 8 as well, if not a little bit before that, coming down there. So we'll have to see how they negotiate that. But Greg, if they are on the rain tires, part of this racetrack is starting to dry out a little bit, and so that could cause a little bit of an issue from a handling perspective, coming off of turn 10 and being able to really get down through the front stretch here.
Well, we are seeing where the rear end of these cars stepped out a little bit going through turn 6B, and now as some of these cars are getting mixed up coming through turn 8, Brian, with our leaders coming. Looks like Angela Barnes had some issues getting through turn 8, slowed that whole pack up. It may be a big conflagration coming into turn 10 right now as our leaders are coming right up to the back of Barnes and Kovach here, and they're going to go right around the outside of Angela Barnes, coming onto the front straight for the very last time. And as our leaders come to the start-finish line, taking the win is Jamison Huffman, margin of victory, 22 100ths of a second over Jack Murchison. Scott Brunk, he resets fast lap on the last lap. He's going to finish 3rd. And now coming across the line, working his way up the 4th, is going to be Jordan Furman. Jordy Fu in the number 8 machine, finishing just off the podium. Meyer Alzat in another red car in the 101 machine is going to finish 5th. Now look at this, Brian, coming across the line, or coming to the line, pardon me. 3 wide there at the line. Let's take a look. That is that was actually the battle for 5th position. Meyer Alzat in the 101 machine will come home in 5th. Colin Murchison, who started at the very back of the field today, finishes in 6th by 3 1,000ths of a second. And then 57 1,000ths of a second back from there is Ryan Harrison, who will finish in 7th. Arif Kazim, who started on the front row today in the red number 98, he's going to come home in 8th. Thunder Chicken, Jim Hess, he's going to finish 9th. And Jay Bindrum in the number 88 machine will finish in 10th. All right, that wraps up our coverage here today from Sun Point Raceway, day number 1 of the July MARRS, presented by Belmont Classic Cars. Spencer, let's bring up the schedule, show everybody what we got coming up tomorrow. We're going to be back here live at 8:40 a.m. tomorrow. It is feature race day for our Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series racers and our Sprint Bracket Road Racing Series racers. They will have 2 10-lap races, starting with our first race of the day. But Brian, I'll tell you, it's everything that we expect when we come to Summit Point. It's sun, it's heat, it's cloud cover, it's pouring down rain, it's thunder and lightning.
We almost had every single season.
Yeah, that's right.
In a 3-hour window. But you know what? Great, what a way to end up with SSM and in battling towards the end, not only for the win, but battling a little bit further back for 5th through 8th position with a 3 wide coming to the start-finish line.
All right, so if you like what you saw here today, please, 1, join us tomorrow morning. 2, smash that thumbs up button, and then definitely go and subscribe to the Washington, D.C. region YouTube channel. So for Morgan Burkhardt, for Dominic Mandiel, our 2 guests today, I want to thank them for joining us. For Brian Donati, for Spencer Gaynor, I'm Greg Ginsburg, and we'll see you tomorrow morning at 8:40 a.m. Thanks for joining us here today, and we'll see you tomorrow.
ride?
No. Okay. Taking you back to simpler times.
Hey, dog. Belmont Classic Cars, Belmont, Ohio.
Looking to level up your motorsport game? At Courage Motorsport, we've got everything you need, from high-performance parts and racing equipment to expert driving instruction and even our own Courage racing gear. Whether you're a beginner, a pro, or looking to kickstart your motorsport career with training in both the business of racing and securing sponsorships, we've got you covered. Check out our gear, grab a shirt, and represent your passion. Email us at trackready@couragemotorsport.com or visit couragemotorsport.com and get ready to hit the track.
The Spring Hill Suites Winchester is an all-suite property that features spacious suites, an indoor heated pool, complimentary hot buffet-style breakfast, a 24-hour fitness center, and complimentary Wi-Fi. Whether you're traveling in a group or flying solo, you'll find it easy to get comfortable in our spacious suites. We're conveniently located just off of Interstate 81 at exit 317 in a shopping center with many shops and dining options. Discount rooms are available. To book your suite today, call 540-431-3330.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires, expert knowledge, and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications and stock tires from all the top manufacturers for whatever you drive. From performance and race cars to SUVs and trucks to your daily drivers, Radial's mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. To get a competitive quote on your next set of tires, now with free shipping, or to schedule online, visit RadialTireCompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
Grand Touring Enterprises is an internationally recognized and awarded full-service classic automotive facility located in Frederick, Maryland, specializing in classic Italian sports cars from Ferrari, Lamborghini, ISO, and Bizzarini. Grand Touring's extensive experience ranges from pre-war to modern exotics, advising on all aspects of the classic car ownership experience, from service, restoration, and climate-controlled storage to sales and consignment. Grand Touring's focus is not just on preserving the history and prestige of these vehicles, but making sure that the driving experience is equally as spectacular and authentic. For more information, send email to tom@grandtouring.com. Grand Touring, legends in motion.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com.
At OG Racing, when you are shopping on our website, when we say in stock, this is what we mean by in stock. Seats and seat bases, brakes, harnesses and restraints, shoes, suits, and steering, helmets, gloves, and undergarments, fire suppression, and so much more. Shipping directly to you From our conveniently located Sterling, Virginia warehouse with thousands of in-stock items,